Chapter 286. Swish. Everyone's gaze turned to the person who spoke. Everyone discovered that it was actually a youth. Who's that? Even Ziyao failed, and he still wants to try? Is he also a disciple of an ancient holy land? I don't think there's anyone like him in those ancient organizations. Some people were pointing at Lin Feng and whispering to each other. You want to try too? Xie Lingfei said disdainfully. You're an alchemist too? PFFF. Even a small country has alchemists. Is he an alchemist's apprentice? Or is he trying to attract senior brother Qian's attention? Don't make a fool of yourself here. Junior sister, shut up. Ziyao looked at Xie Lingfei unhappily, then at Lin Feng apologetically. Lin Feng nodded slightly, indicating that he didn't take it to heart. Who's this little brother? Qian Rui Yuan looked at Lin Feng. Chunyang said, Senior brother Qian, this kid is from this small country, Zhanwu country. He might have studied alchemy for a few days, but we don't know if he's refined his own flame. I think he's just trying to attract senior brother Qian's attention. Senior sister Chunyang and Xie Lingfei are too much. Hong Xian wrinkled her nose and said, The disciples of ancient holy lands are very arrogant, and they look down on people from small organizations. Furthermore, Zhanwu country is a small country that can't even be found on the map of Tianwu continent's 3,000 provinces. Lin Gongzi is from Zhanwu country, so they naturally look down on him even more. In addition, they've all failed, but Lin Gongzi still wants to try. It's normal for them to humiliate him. Meng Yao said. Many people looked over, including Qin Mubai, Jeannie Chen, and the others. Qian Rui Yuan frowned slightly, not knowing if he was unhappy because of Lin Feng or because of Chunyang's interruption. Said Lin Feng, I wonder if I can try. Qian Rui Yuan nodded and said, Come and try. Lin Feng walked over. He took out his cauldron. Puff! The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Feng's medicinal cauldron was purchased from an auction house. Although it was worth tens of thousands of gold coins, it obviously couldn't be compared to other people's precious medicinal cauldrons. A good cauldron could buy several secular countries. This was the value of a medicinal cauldron. For example, Chun Yang's deep ocean cauldron was not something that could be measured with money. This deep ocean cauldron was enough to buy 10 countries the size of true martial country. As for Ziyao's Phoenix treasure cauldron, it was simply impossible to estimate its value. It was a treasure forged by a primeval divine emperor, and it was sufficient to cause a rain of blood. Kid, what kind of cauldron is this? Could it also be a precious cauldron? What was it made of? Chunyang looked at Lin Feng with a faint smile. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly and looked coldly at Chunyang. Then he loosened his clenched fists and said, Concoct medicine. A cauldron is just a support. Puff, you're quite good at finding excuses for yourself. A slightly better cauldron costs billions of gold coins. Some famous cauldrons can't be bought with gold coins and require spirit stones. As for those precious cauldrons, even spirit stones can't buy them. Given your poor appearance, you can only use a medicinal cauldron used by apprentice alchemists, Qian Rui Yuan said. Qian Rui Yuan said with some displeasure, Brother Chen, if you have something to say, can you wait until Brother Lin is done before speaking? Chunyang said, I misspoke. I hope senior brother Qian doesn't take offense. Qian Rui Yuan nodded and didn't say anything else. Chen Yang blamed Qian Rui Yuan's reprimand on Lin Feng. He looked at Lin Feng with a cold gaze. Can we begin? Qian Rui Yuan looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded. He stood in front of the table as Lin Feng placed the black ironwood into the cauldron. Lin Feng closed his eyes and pondered how to refine the black ironwood. Refining the black ironwood required not only a powerful flame, but also the correct method. In fact, Zi Yao's skyrending violet gold fire could refine the black ironwood, but she had failed. That was because Zi Yao didn't know the method. The fire Qilin narrowed its eyes at Lin Feng and muttered, "You've learned 3,000 refining methods from the ancient alchemy god. If you can't even extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood, then it'll be too disappointing." Swoosh! Lin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and flicked his finger. A faint purple flame jumped out. Huh! What kind of flame is that? Many people were astonished. Faint purple? Could it be the 936th ranked violet void flame? Puff! As expected of someone from a small place. Even the flames he refines are so different. Some people sneered. Lin Feng acted as if he didn't hear the mocking voices. Every time he refined medicine, all of his focus would be on the cauldron. He flicked his finger. The purple earth-core flame flew out and wrapped around the black ironwood. An ancient divine wood like the black ironwood was very difficult to refine. The surface of the black ironwood was a very strange material that was impervious to fire and water. However, since it was a spiritual wood, there must be a way to refine it. Lin Feng thought for a while and came up with a method. He controlled the purple earth-core flame and burned the same area of the black ironwood. As long as he could destroy the surface structure of the black ironwood, Lin Feng would have a way to completely destroy the powerful defensive power of the black ironwood from the inside. No matter how hard a material was, it had a weakness. Lin Feng's mind was completely merged with the black ironwood and the purple earth-core flame. The purple earth-core flame's temperature was constantly changing. Every second, there would be 30 different temperatures alternating. This was an extremely huge test for an alchemist. Lin Feng used this extremely short period of 30 repeated temperature changes to create a huge impact on the black ironwood. This was a method passed down by the ancient alchemist god. If cultivated to the peak, one could create 10,000 different temperature changes in a second. If one could reach this level, any material would be disintegrated by the impact of these different temperature changes. However, Lin Feng's cultivation and soul power were not enough. Controlling the purple earth-core flame to change the temperature 30 times in a second was already the limit. When refining medicine, different temperatures collided to create a powerful destructive force. This was also the principle. Everyone's eyes looked at Lin Feng. Chunyang, Xialing Fei, and the others were disdainful. They didn't think that Lin Feng could succeed. Bang! Suddenly, there was a loud noise. The alchemy cauldron on the table couldn't withstand the destructive force created by the Skyfire's 30 temperature changes in a second. The alchemy cauldron exploded. Chapter 287. Ha! As expected of a priceless cauldron. He just started refining it, and it already exploded. Chunyang immediately laughed out loud, and the sarcasm in his voice was thick. If it were me, I'd leave right now. I don't want to continue making a fool of myself, said Xialing Fei disdainfully. Many people were pointing at Lin Feng, especially the alchemists. They looked at him with disdain. Lin Feng sighed. He hadn't expected the cauldron to be destroyed. The ancient alchemist's refining method was too destructive. 30 changes of temperature every second was too much for an ordinary cauldron to handle. I wonder if anyone can lend me a cauldron, said Lin Feng. Dream on. With your level, what if you blow up our cauldron? Some people curled their lips and said disdainfully, Lin Gongzi, use my phoenix cauldron. Zi Yao took out her own phoenix cauldron. Zi Yao, why bother with this kind of person? You'll lose your dignity, said Chunyang. Chunyang said with a gloomy expression. Zi Yao frowned and said, I don't need your permission to do things, right? Get out of my way. Chun Yang's expression became unsightly. He had no choice but to step back. He looked at Lin Feng coldly. Thank you very much. Lin Feng looked at Zi Yao gratefully. Zi Yao smiled and put the cauldron on the table. Lin Feng controlled the fire and wrapped it around the black ironwood. He put it into the cauldron. Buzz! In a flash, the fire phoenix seemed to have sensed something and came to life. Flames dashed to the sky and revolved around the purple earth core fire. It emitted a resonant phoenix cry. Huh, what's going on? When Zi Yao activated the phoenix cauldron, the fire phoenix wasn't so active. Did you feel it? It's getting stronger and stronger. As expected, this fire phoenix is the cauldron spirit of the phoenix cauldron. It can use the power within the cauldron. The fire phoenix is reviving the power within the cauldron. Why? Many alchemists were puzzled. Zi Yao also looked at the phoenix treasured cauldron in shock. This phoenix treasured cauldron was her cauldron and had accompanied her for 10 years. Zi Yao was very familiar with the phoenix treasured cauldron. It was precisely because she understood the phoenix cauldron very well that Zi Yao was incomparably shocked at this moment, because the power of the fire phoenix was growing stronger and stronger. Even when he, its master, activated the phoenix treasured cauldron, the fire phoenix had not been able to recover such a powerful strength. Furthermore, at this very moment, the fire phoenix's strength was still condensing. It's fire. It was his flame. His flame is not the purple ethereal flame that is ranked 936th. Zi Yao instantly thought of a possibility. Even his own purple gold sky-splitting fire was unable to revive the fire phoenix to such an extent. Back then, he had only succeeded in refining the purple gold sky-splitting flame with the help of the elders of the ancient sacred land. As for Lin Feng, could it be that the level of that faint purple flame was even higher than his own sky-splitting purple gold flame? How was this possible? After all, he only had that kind of background. How could he possibly refine such a powerful flame? Zi Yao quietly summoned her own flame. Different types of flames could sense each other. A higher-level flame would suppress a lower-level flame. When Zi Yao summoned her sky-splitting purple gold flame, Zi Yao discovered that the sky-splitting purple gold flame was violently trembling. The sky-splitting purple gold flame had a fire spirit. The fire spirit of the sky-splitting purple gold flame was trembling in fear, as if it had encountered a terrifying existence. Swoosh! Suddenly, the sky-splitting purple gold flame took the initiative to drill into Zi Yao's body. No matter how Zi Yao tried to summon the sky-splitting purple gold flame, the sky-splitting purple gold flame wouldn't come out. The sky-splitting purple gold flame's fire spirit even wanted to forcibly cut off its connection with Zi Yao. How can this be? My sky-splitting purple gold flame is a top-tier earth flame. This rarely happens. Is it because of his flame? It's definitely not the purple ethereal flame. What kind of flame is it that can actually scare my sky-splitting purple gold flame to such an extent? In Zi Yao's heart, it was as if huge waves were surging to the heavens. She couldn't help but look at Lin Feng. Who is he? Is he really from the true martial country? Zi Yao's heart was filled with confusion. As expected of the phoenix treasured cauldron, Lin Feng was shocked. He could clearly sense some changes after using the phoenix treasured cauldron. This change was extremely obvious because the purple earth core flame's destructive power against the black ironwood had increased tenfold after using the phoenix treasured cauldron. This should be the phoenix treasured cauldron's effect on the purple earth core flame. The more powerful a cauldron was, the more it could increase an alchemist's ability. For example, if one used an ordinary cauldron to refine a certain pill, they might not succeed even once out of 10 times. However, if one used a cauldron, they might succeed 10 times out of 10. This was the effect of a cauldron. Screech. Suddenly, a resonant phoenix cry was heard. The fire phoenix's power was raised to the limit. The fire phoenix directly charged into Lin Feng's purple earthcore flame and perfectly fused with it. In an instant, the purple earthcore flame's power increased by 30 times, including the tenfold increase from before. The Phoenix Treasure Cauldron had increased the purple earthcore flame's power by 300 times. 300 times. Is this the effect of the Phoenix Treasure Cauldron? Lin Feng was extremely shocked. Previously, the Fire Qilin had told him how powerful the 108 cauldrons were. The Phoenix Treasure Cauldron obviously couldn't compare to the 108 cauldrons, but at this moment, it had increased Lin Feng's power by 300 times. This greatly increased the purple earthcore flame's power and the time it took to refine the black ironwood. Suddenly, Qian Rui Yuan, Qin Mubai, Jeannie Chen, Fairy Meng Yao, and 5 or 6 other experts were all astonished. Their eyes flashed as they looked at the Phoenix Treasured Cauldron on the table. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Hong Xian asked curiously. Fairy Meng Yao looked at Lin Feng and said, "You'll know when you see it." "Humph." Hong Xian snorted unhappily, but her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. From time to time, she would look at the Phoenix Treasured Cauldron. "Can this kid really do it? He's wasting everyone's time." Chen Yong curled his lips and said disdainfully, "Yeah, if he can't do it, then hurry up and finish it. Don't waste time," said Xiaoling Fei. Her face was full of disdain. Some of the strong cultivators who had noticed the changes in the cauldron shook their heads when they heard Chen Yang and Xiaoling Fei's disdain for Lin Feng. Qian Ruiyuan looked at them coldly and said, "Shut up, or I'll throw you out." Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled and 2 mysterious people in black clothes walked out. Many people gasped. Were they Qian Ruiyuan's bodyguards? Were they hiding in the void? No one had been able to discover them. How terrifying were those 2 people in black? When they saw the 2 people in black, Chunyang and Xiaoling Fei were so scared that their faces turned pale. Qian Rui Yuan still cared about the reputation of the Heaven Lake Divine Land and the Penglai Divine Land. He waved his hand, and the 2 people in black silently disappeared. Many people felt their scalps go numb. What kind of technique was this? They were completely silent and hidden in the void. Chapter 288. No one expected Qian Rui Yuan to reprimand Chen Yang and Xiaoling Fei like this. After all, they were both successors of the ancient sacred land. The others didn't understand why Qian Rui Yuan would do this, so they didn't dare to speak. Only a few top experts who noticed the changes in the medicine cauldron knew why Qian Rui Yuan did this. Chunyang and Xiaoling Fei naturally didn't dare to be jealous of Qian Rui Yuan. They were just ordinary disciples of the ancient sacred land. They were high and mighty outside, but their status in the ancient sacred land wasn't very high. Qian Rui Yuan was the direct descendant of the ancient sacred emperor. Even the sacred lord of the ancient sacred land had to be polite to Qian Rui Yuan, let alone ordinary disciples like them. They wouldn't dare to be jealous of such a person. Therefore, Chunyang and Xiaoling Fei hated Lin Feng. If it weren't for you, why would Qian Rui Yuan reprimand us? The 2 of them looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes. Lin Feng didn't seem to notice what was happening around him at all. His gaze was completely focused on the medicine cauldron. At this moment, a corner of the black ironwood had been broken by Lin Feng. The method passed down by the ancient alchemy god was indeed correct. With the support of the Phoenix Cauldron, it greatly reduced the time Lin Feng needed to break the black ironwood. Under Lin Feng's control, the purple earthcore fire drilled into the black ironwood. Cracking sounds came from the medicine cauldron. Everyone looked at the medicine cauldron. How is this possible? Cries of disbelief rang out one after another. The black ironwood was cracking bit by bit. It's done. Qian Ruiyuan took a deep breath. He had looked for several powerful alchemists, and even the medicine king, Luo Xinghe, but they couldn't break the black ironwood. Qian Ruiyuan planned to go to the Middle Sacred Sky region to look for the #1 alchemist in the Tianwu continent, the eccentric Flame Saint, to help. It was said that the Flame Saint had snatched a mysterious supreme treasure in a secret realm some time ago, and was besieged by countless experts. No one knew where he was now. Qian Ruiyuan came to the Eastern Divine Land because there were rumors that the Flame Saint had come to the Eastern Divine Land. However, he did not find the Flame Saint in the Eastern Divine Land, so he planned to return to the Middle Divine Land to continue looking for the Flame Saint. However, he didn't expect a young man to successfully break the black ironwood. How is this possible? How did he do it? Chunyang clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with disbelief. He was from an ancient sacred land. None of them could do it. Such a lowly person had actually managed to break open the black ironwood. Why was this? Jealousy. A flame was. Lin Feng's. Xialing Fei was the same. She found it hard to believe that the kid she had looked down on had actually broken through the black ironwood. This scene completely shattered Xialing Fei's pride and confidence. Oh my God, this guy is so powerful. Hong Xian exclaimed. Fairy Mengyao muttered. Indeed, he's a mysterious guy. Everybody was staring at Lin Feng. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. Many alchemists couldn't accept it. They had looked down on Lin Feng. They had mocked Lin Feng's cauldron and Lin Feng's flame. But now, it seemed like they were slapping themselves in the face. The hard outer layer of the black ironwood completely fell off, revealing the purple tree trunk that was wrapped in the black ironwood. Lin Feng used his celestial fire to surround the purple tree trunk. Next, it was time to extract the divine liquid from the trunk. That's great. Qian Ruiyuan clapped his hands excitedly. He urgently needed the divine liquid from the black ironwood to refine a cauldron of spirit medicine. Otherwise, he wouldn't have searched everywhere for alchemists to help him extract the divine liquid from the black ironwood. Now that he was almost done, he let out a sigh of relief. The purple earth core fire wrapped around the trunk. Sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. Ashes fell to the bottom of the phoenix cauldron. Soon, Lin Feng had turned the trunk into ashes, and a purple spirit liquid appeared in the cauldron. Lin Feng continued to control the temperature of the purple core fire and the method of refining the purple core fire. He was refining the purple core fire. The impurities in the liquid were gradually refined by Lin Feng. An hour later, Lin Feng was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. He had finished refining the medicinal liquid. Lin Feng withdrew the purple earth core fire and wrapped the purified substance with his true qi. When they saw the substance Lin Feng had refined, everyone's eyebrows twitched. It's crystalline. How could it be refined to such a degree? Ziyao looked at the purple crystal-like particles in shock. No, that's impossible. How could someone refine the spirit liquid into a crystalline state? The alchemists shook their heads in disbelief. Only alchemists knew how difficult it was to do that, unless all the impurities in the medicinal liquid were extracted. Then they had to extremely condense the medicinal liquid to achieve this. The steps seemed simple, but the process was unimaginably complicated. The first step was purification. Who would dare to say that they could extract all the impurities in the medicinal liquid? It was almost impossible. If the first step was difficult, how could the later steps be possible? However, the truth told everyone that the purple crystal-like particles were real. Everyone looked at Lin Feng in shock or disbelief. How in the world did he do this? It was too unbelievable. It's done. Lin Feng placed the purple crystals in a porcelain bottle and handed it to Qian Ruiyuan. Qian Ruiyuan came back to his senses and asked, "How should I address you?" Lin Feng. "Ha ha, good, Brother Lin. Today, I owe you a favor. This is the reward we agreed on." Qian Ruiyuan took out a white jade box and opened it. Inside was a jade green leaf. A leaf from the tree of life. Many people looked at the leaf with fervent gazes. Many of them wished they could snatch it away right now. It was rumored that a single leaf from the tree of life could bring someone back to life. "Thank you." Lin Feng took the white jade box and divided the leaf into two. He picked up the phoenix cauldron and half of the tree of life's leaf and handed them to Zi Yao, saying, "Thank you, Fairy Zi Yao, for lending me the cauldron earlier. Please accept this half of the tree of life's leaf." Many people looked at Zi Yao with jealousy. She had only borrowed the cauldron once, yet she wanted half a leaf from the tree of life. Many people were annoyed. If they had known this would happen, they would have lent the cauldron to this young man. Chapter 289. Zi Yao had never thought that Lin Feng would give her half of the tree of life's leaf. She naturally knew how precious it was. Even the Heaven Lake divine land couldn't take out a leaf from the tree of life. However, Lin Feng had given it to her because she had lent him the phoenix treasured cauldron. Apart from admiration, Zi Yao also admired Lin Feng and was curious about him. This guy is so generous. That's a leaf from the tree of life. Even our fairy pavilion only has one. Hong Xian looked at Zi Yao with envy. Fairy Meng Yao said, "This person is really not simple. His courage is admirable. He'll definitely soar into the sky in the future." "It's the first time I've heard senior sister praise someone like that," Hong Xian said in surprise. Meng Yao smiled and looked at Lin Feng. Her beautiful eyes were twinkling in a strange light. Zi Yao said, "The tree of life's leaf is too precious. I can't accept it." Lin Feng said, "Without Fairy Zi Yao's help, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the tree of life's leaf. Please accept it." "All right. Thank you, Lin Gongzi." Zi Yao nodded and put the leaf and the phoenix treasured cauldron away. Qian Ruiyuan smiled at Lin Feng and said, "Brother Lin, I wanted to stay for one more day to discuss alchemy with you, but I have urgent matters to attend to and must return to the Middle Holy Sky continent. If you come to the Middle Holy Sky continent in the future, remember to come to the Divine Mountain to find me." Many people were envious when they heard Qian Ruiyuan's words. Being on good terms with an ancient holy emperor's descendant would definitely be beneficial to their future. "All right, if I go to the Middle Holy Sky continent in the future, I'll definitely visit Brother Qian." Lin Feng cupped his fists. Qian Ruiyuan nodded and left. "Ha, Brother Lin, I'm Shui Haiping from the Qingyang sect." "Brother Lin, I'm Li Shige from the Purple Sun Pavilion." After Qian Ruiyuan left, many people came to greet Lin Feng, wanting to befriend Lin Feng. Naturally, everyone could see that Lin Feng, at such a young age, was actually able to purify the divine liquid from the black ironwood and even refine it into a purple crystal state. This kind of refining technique was something that none of the mystic rank, high rank, or earth rank alchemists present had ever possessed. Clearly, in the future, Lin Feng was bound to shine brilliantly. Perhaps he would become a great alchemist. Regardless of whether Lin Feng really came from a small faction or if he deliberately said this to hide his true identity, many people seemed to foresee that Lin Feng would inevitably rise to power in the future. At this time, Lin Feng was still young. If they made friends with Lin Feng when Lin Feng rose in the future, they would not have the chance to make friends with him. Looking at Lin Feng, who was like a moon surrounded by stars, Chen Yang's eyes were gloomy and filled with jealousy. Everyone, there are many alchemists here. Why don't we move to a private room and talk about alchemy? I'm sure that everyone is interested in Lin Feng's alchemy skills. Let's listen. An old man said with a smile. This old man was a mystic rank, high rank, and peak rank alchemist. Old Wu is right, Brother Lin. Later, you must tell us how you broke the black ironwood and refined the divine, liquid, into a crystal state. Such a powerful refining technique. Not to mention seeing it, I've never even heard of it before. Another alchemist said. Everyone looked at Lin Feng expectantly. Said Lin Feng, I'm not as talented as you, masters, but since you don't mind, let's exchange ideas. All right, said Lin Feng. Everyone couldn't help but cheer, and one after another, they went to a private room not far away. Lin Feng said goodbye to Fairy Meng Yao and Hong Xianair and went to a private room. It was normal for alchemists to communicate with each other. After all, only by communicating with each other could they improve themselves. Even if Lin Feng hadn't appeared, this meeting would still have been held. Lin Feng picked out some things that could be said and told everyone. Many people nodded thoughtfully. Lin Feng's experiences had been told to him by the Fire Qilin, so it would be very beneficial for alchemists. Many people admired Lin Feng even more. At such a young age, he actually had such a deep understanding of alchemy. He was really a peerless genius. Lin Feng also wanted to make friends with alchemists. Alchemists had an extremely high status in the 3,000 provinces of the Tianwu continent. Many alchemists often had huge forces behind them. Therefore, befriending more alchemists would definitely only bring benefits and no harm. Xialing Fei's interest was waning. Seeing her senior apprentice sister, Zi Yao, sitting next to Lin Feng, she couldn't help feeling a bit envious. Lin Feng's ability had completely shattered all of Xialing Fei's pride. For the first time, this proud girl had realized her own inadequacies. She was filled with curiosity about Lin Feng. But now, she didn't know how to talk to Lin Feng. As for Chunyang, he hated Lin Feng to the core, especially when he saw Zi Yao and Lin Feng talking so intimately. Chunyang's eyes were burning with fury. Chunyang had always been pursuing Zi Yao, but he hadn't made any progress. Now that he saw Zi Yao and Lin Feng being so close, he was naturally infuriated. Lin Feng and Zi Yao were discussing alchemy. Zi Yao had come from an ancient holy land and had seen many things. Furthermore, she had systematically studied all kinds of alchemy knowledge. That was something Lin Feng couldn't compare to. Of course, Lin Feng also had his own advantages. His powerful spiritual strength, his powerful heavenly flame, and the flame Qilin's knowledge. Lin Feng had benefited greatly from his discussion with Zi Yao. It was the first time that Lin Feng had participated in so many alchemists' meetings. Everybody had their own opinions. It was very helpful for him to learn from other people's experiences and learn from them. Lin Feng could learn from them and improve himself. After a full 4 hours, the exchange finally ended. Everyone walked out one by one. Zi Yao said, I don't know where Lin Gongzi lives. Tomorrow, I'll go find Lin Gongzi to discuss it. When Chunyang heard Zi Yao's words, his expression became extremely ugly. He could sense that Zi Yao had an extremely good impression of Lin Feng. This made Chunyang burn with jealousy. He said ambiguously, Zi Yao, there are some people in this world who say one thing on the surface and another behind your back. They might be people who fish for fame. You must not be fooled. When the time comes, it will be too late to regret it. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Chunyang, I know you don't like me. Isn't it because Zi Yao is in contact with me that you're jealous? If I'm not wrong, you've always been chasing after Zi Yao, but Zi Yao doesn't have the slightest interest in you. As long as you see Zi Yao in contact with others, You'll hate them. You're always targeting me because of this, right? Your heart is really as big as a needle's. I uffed. Many people laughed out loud. Indeed, this Chunyang was a narrow-minded person. Lin Feng's description was quite appropriate. After being exposed by Lin Feng, Chunyang's expression became extremely gloomy. He looked coldly at Lin Feng. Brat, are you provoking me? I think you're courting death. Do you believe that I can crush you to death as easily as crushing an ant? As he spoke, Chunyang walked towards Lin Feng as if he wanted to make a move. Chapter 290. Chunyang, don't go too far. Ziyao said coldly. Seeing Ziyao protect Lin Feng, Chunyang hated Lin Feng even more. He sneered and said, What? Do you only know how to hide behind a woman? What a coward! Lin Feng looked indifferent. This wasn't the first time Chunyang had provoked him. Previously, he had been holding back for Ziyao's sake, but now Chunyang was going too far. He looked at Chunyang coldly and said, Do you think you're very powerful? Then come out and fight me. What? Lin Feng is challenging Chunyang? Is he crazy? Many people looked at Lin Feng in shock. Everyone could sense that Lin Feng was a general. After all, there were many experts here. As for Chunyang, he was a martial king. The gap between their cultivation levels was too big. Wasn't Lin Feng just courting death by challenging Chunyang? Lin Feng, don't be rash, Ziyao said anxiously. After all, the gap between their cultivation levels was too big. It was impossible for a general to challenge a martial king. Many people on the second floor heard the conflict and turned to look. Qin Mubai, Jeannie Chen, and the others also looked over and watched the conflict with interest. A general challenging a martial king. Was this kid courting death? Senior sister, look, Lin Feng and Chunyang are fighting. Lin Feng is challenging Chunyang. Is he crazy? Hong Xian said in shock. Fairy Mengyao said, Lin Feng doesn't seem to be such an impulsive person. Hong Xian said, with such a big gap between their cultivation levels, do you really think Lin Feng will win? Fairy Mengyao smiled and said, We'll know the result when we see it. Lin Feng naturally knew that Ziyao had stopped him for his own good, but Lin Feng couldn't tolerate Chunyang anymore. Since he couldn't tolerate Chunyang anymore, there was no need for him to continue. He said, Ziyao, don't worry. I'll be fine. With that, Lin Feng walked outside. Chunyang's face was filled with disdain and mockery towards Lin Feng. He followed closely behind and stepped out. A group of people came down from the second floor and poured into the courtyard. They quickly attracted the attention of the people gathered in the courtyard. What happened? Why are all the people on the second floor here? Someone asked doubtfully. Those who were able to enter the second floor all had extraordinary statuses. For a group of people to rush out, something unknown must have happened. This also attracted everyone's attention. Soon, the people in the courtyard realized what was going on. Everyone saw Lin Feng and Chunyang at daggers drawn. They knew that there was a conflict between Lin Feng and Chunyang. Many people were discussing. Chunyang was from an ancient holy land. Even though he was arrogant, few people dared to offend him. Ancient holy land had to be taken into consideration. Brat, I can deal with trash like you in 3 moves with one hand. Chunyang sneered disdainfully. He was not pretending to be disdainful. He was truly disdainful. Being from an ancient holy land made Chunyang feel high and mighty. Moreover, Chunyang's strength was far superior to Lin Feng's. It would be strange if someone as arrogant as Chunyang thought that Lin Feng was a worthy opponent. Lin Feng said, You're really boasting shamelessly. I'm afraid that it won't be you who can deal with me in 3 moves. It will be me who can deal with you in 3 moves. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng waved his right hand. Next, a treasure flew out. It was the sky-devouring jar that Lin Feng had obtained earlier. Damn, it's this broken jar again. Many people were shocked. They had already seen how powerful this broken jar was. It could directly devour other people's spiritual weapons. Now, Lin Feng had taken out that broken jar again. Many people's hearts were pounding. Haha, what kind of trash is this? Brat, I'll let you know what a powerful treasure is today. Chunyang sneered, looking indescribably arrogant. He took out a treasure. It was a palm-sized seal, and Chunyang held it in his hand. What kind of broken toy is this? Lin Feng asked. Chunyang flew into a rage because of Lin Feng. He sneered and said, "This is the seal of mountains and rivers. It's a peak spiritual weapon. This must be the first time a lowly person like you has seen such a high-level treasure, right?" Lin Feng sneered. "You keep saying that others are lowly, but you're just an ordinary disciple from an ancient holy land. Those who don't know might even think that you're a descendant of an ancient holy land." Ha! This guy really knows how to mock people. Look at Chunyang's expression. He's about to die from anger. Many people laughed when they heard Lin Feng's mocking of Chunyang. Chunyang's expression was gloomy. He said coldly, "Brat, you're courting death." With a furious shout, he activated the seal of mountains and rivers. The palm-sized seal of mountains and rivers flew out. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The seal of mountains and rivers suddenly grew bigger. Very quickly, it became as big as a 100-meter-tall mountain and moved towards Lin Feng to crush him. What a powerful treasure, as expected of a peak spiritual weapon. That brat won't be able to block the attack of a peak spiritual weapon, right? Of course he won't be able to. That treasure is too powerful. Moreover, Chunyang is a martial king. That brat is only a general. How can he possibly fight against a martial king? Many people discussed spiritedly when they saw the seal of mountains and rivers move towards Lin Feng. They all looked at him with pity. They all thought that Lin Feng was going to suffer. But who would have thought that just as the seal of mountains and rivers was about to crush Lin Feng, a terrifying devouring power gushed out of the broken jar. A distorted black hole appeared in the broken jar. It looked like a space-time black hole that could devour everything. The devouring power enveloped the seal of mountains and rivers. The 100-meter-tall seal of mountains and rivers quickly shrank to the size of a palm and was devoured by the broken jar. PFFF. Chunyang looked as if he had been struck by lightning. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and staggered backwards. "My seal of mountains and rivers. You little bastard. How dare you steal my seal of mountains and rivers?" Chunyang roared like a madman. Heavens! Even a peak spiritual weapon like the seal of mountains and rivers was stolen? Many people were dumbstruck. They remembered how Lin Feng had used the broken jar to steal Tuoba Jun's heavy ruler. That broken jar was really too terrifying. "I'll kill you!" Chunyang roared furiously. He quickly rushed over and threw a punch at Lin Feng, displaying the strength of a martial king. The aura emanating from Chunyang's body made many people feel suffocated. Lin Feng continued to control the heaven-devouring jar. It enveloped Chunyang and tried to devour him. However, it failed in the end. The heaven-devouring jar was not complete and could not devour cultivators. At its current stage, it could only devour magic treasures. However, the heaven-devouring jar's powerful devouring power still restrained Chunyang, making it difficult for him to move. Said Lin Feng, while smiling coldly. He took a step forwards and threw a punch at Chunyang. Bang! The punch landed on Chunyang's chest. Crack, crack! Lin Feng's attack broke Chunyang's sternum. Chunyang's condensed true qi was also dispersed by the punch. He lost his ability to fight for a short time and fell to the ground miserably. Lin Feng quickly walked over and grabbed Chunyang's neck as if he were a chicken. Lin Feng lifted Chunyang up. "Aren't you very strong? You dare to be arrogant in front of me with this little ability?" Lin Feng sneered and raised his right hand, slapping Chunyang's face. Slap! Lin Feng's slap ruthlessly landed on Chunyang's face. Slapping a martial king's face was really satisfying. Chapter 2, 91. Many people looked at this scene in shock. No one had expected such a situation. Lin Feng was fine, but Chunyang, a martial king expert, was defeated by Lin Feng and was even slapped in the face. This was too dramatic. "Ah, brat, you're courting death. Let me go, or I'll make you wish you were dead," shouted Chunyang furiously. His face was contorted, and he was looking at Lin Feng with hatred in his eyes. He wanted to tear Lin Feng apart, but now that he had fallen into Lin Feng's hands, he had no power to resist. Lin Feng looked indifferent as he said coldly, "You still dare to be arrogant? It seems that you haven't learned your lesson." As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked with both hands. Asterisk slap, slap, slap. Asterisk slap after slap landed on Chunyang's face. The corners of many people's mouths twitched violently. As a disciple of an ancient sacred land, he was being slapped in the face in front of so many people. Everyone knew that this Chunyang was definitely done for. He had embarrassed the ancient sacred land. He would definitely be abandoned by the ancient sacred land. "Brat, I'm the successor of an ancient sacred land. Just you wait. Wait for the revenge of the Penglai sacred land." Chunyang cursed bitterly. This idiot! A few people from the Penglai sacred land who were hiding in the dark heard Chunyang's words, and their expressions became extremely gloomy, even if he wanted to take revenge on Lin Feng. He couldn't say it out loud. If he said it out loud, everyone would know that it was the Penglai sacred land who had done it. Lin Feng sneered and said, "The Penglai sacred land is a famous ancient sacred land in the Tianmu continent's 3,000 provinces. Do you think that it would interfere in a conflict between the younger generation? If I was older and had a higher cultivation than you, the Penglai sacred land might have intervened. But I'm a few years younger than you, and my cultivation is lower than yours. You still lost to me, and you still have the face to use your sect to threaten me? You're really an embarrassment to your sect." Chunyang used the Penglai sacred land to threaten Lin Feng, but Lin Feng was not afraid of the Penglai sacred land's revenge. Because of this, many people would have their eyes on the Penglai sacred land. How could the Penglai holy land become a disciple who would ruin the reputation of an ancient holy land for an ordinary disciple? Furthermore, the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianmu continent also had a rule that the major powers were not allowed to interfere with the matters of the younger generation. The disputes between the younger generation should be resolved by the younger generation themselves. If the younger generation had a dispute and the older generation intervened, wouldn't it be a mess? After all, which great power didn't have experts of the older generation? If they were to stand up for the younger generation of their own forces, how could the other parties still have a chance to live? If this continued, the younger generation of the various major forces would all be killed by these old fellows. Wouldn't that be the end of their line? That was why there was a rule that forbade the older generation from interfering in the disputes between the younger generation. It was precisely because of this rule that Lin Feng had attacked Chunyang without any hesitation. "Brat, if you can't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later." Chunyang continued to curse viciously. He had no intention of begging for mercy. At this moment, Lin Feng wanted to kill Chunyang. He didn't want to leave this disaster alive. However, When Lin Feng wanted to kill Qinyang, he clearly felt a few cold gazes sweeping over him. They should be from the Penglai divine land, right? Lin Feng took a deep breath and restrained his killing intent. Instead, he carried Qinyang to the side of the pool. Seeing Lin Feng's evil smile, many people couldn't help but shiver. They recalled how Lin Feng had treated Tuoba Jun. Could it be that this brat was going to treat Qinyang the same way? Many people were speechless. Qinyang wasn't someone Tuoba Jun could compare to. Penglai divine land would definitely hate him for treating Qinyang this way. However, these people naturally didn't know what Lin Feng was thinking. Since he had already offended the Penglai divine land, he wasn't afraid of offending them even more. The Penglai divine land was restricted by the rules of the 3,000 prefectures of the Tianwu continent. The older generation experts wouldn't interfere. If the younger generation interfered, it would be hard to say who would win. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Lin Feng turned Qinyang upside down, so that his head was facing downwards. "What are you doing?" Qinyang cried out in fear. Lin Feng smiled and said, "Nothing. I'm just trying to wake you up." As soon as he finished speaking, he stuck Qinyang into the pool and cast a confinement spell to imprison Qinyang so that he couldn't struggle. This guy is really evil. He actually thought of such a method to punish others. Hong Xian said with a smile. Said Hong Xian smiling. Her eyes were twinkling when she looked at Lin Feng. Goddess Mengyao smiled and said, "Lin Feng isn't a simple person. He looks reckless, but he's already calculated everything. Let's go." Lin Feng waved at the fire qilin. The fire qilin quickly followed Lin Feng outside. Goddess Mengyao's beautiful eyes twitched when she saw the fire qilin beside Lin Feng. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" Hong Xian asked when she noticed Goddess Mengyao's slight change. "Nothing." Goddess Mengyao shook her head. She narrowed her eyes and looked at the fire qilin thoughtfully. In the next few days, the Fire Dragon Town was not peaceful because experts came one after another, especially the experts from the 3 ancient holy lands. This time, the people from the 3 ancient holy lands were furious. They wanted to wipe out the Fire Dragon Ridge and avenge those who died in the 3 ancient holy lands. 5 days later, the experts from the 3 ancient holy lands arrived and began to attack the beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge. Many other forces, big and small, also participated in the attack. In a short period of time, countless beasts in the Fire Dragon Ridge were killed. During that time, a thief called Little Demoness had appeared in Huolong Town. It was said that this little devil committed all sorts of crimes and specialized in raiding and plundering. Countless cultivators had suffered under the evil hands of this little devil, causing cries of resentment to be heard everywhere. Organize our forces and denounce Little Demoness. We must capture him and cut him into 10,000 pieces. Otherwise, we won't be able to appease our anger. In Huolong Town, the people who had been robbed by Little Demoness gathered together and entered Huolong Town to find Little Demoness. Lin Feng was dumbstruck. What kind of person was that? How could he make people angry? Lin Feng decided to enter Huolong Town again to find the second bluestone talisman. Many ferocious beasts in Huolong Town had been killed, so the danger level in Huolong Town was very low. Many places where people couldn't go before could be explored. That was very helpful for Lin Feng to find the bluestone talisman. In the afternoon, Lin Feng set off again. However, Lin Feng didn't notice that when he left Huolong Town, someone was watching him coldly. Lin Feng entered Huolong Town. Chapter 292. The fire qilin did not follow him out. Lin Feng entered the Fire Dragon Ridge alone. Kill! In the forest, shouts of killing rang out, attracting Lin Feng's attention. He sneaked over. These were 2 groups of cultivators. Clearly, they did not belong to the same camp. Now, they were fighting each other. Lin Feng saw dozens of purple blood grass growing on the cliff. The purple blood grass was a spirit herb used to refine profound-grade medicinal pills. It was extremely precious. The appearance of dozens of purple blood grass here caused the two groups of cultivators to fight over it. This kind of thing was very common in many places. Cultivators killed each other in order to compete for spirit herbs, dharma treasures, and so on. Lin Feng was not surprised. He did not stop and quickly left. Lin Feng went to many places to find the whereabouts of the second bluestone martial talisman. However, there was no response from the first bluestone martial talisman. This made Lin Feng slightly disappointed. However, Lin Feng found that the number of ferocious beasts in the forest had decreased by a lot. It seemed that many of the ferocious beasts had been killed by the 3 Holy Lands and many other forces. However, not all of them had died. Some of the stronger ferocious beasts had survived. These ferocious beasts usually had their own territories and had gained intelligence. Cultivators were not willing to take the initiative to provoke these powerful ferocious beasts. A large number of ferocious beasts have been killed. The fire dragon can no longer launch a beast tide. I wonder if the experts from the ancient Holy Lands are going to start slaughtering dragons. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes and looked into the depths of the fire dragon ridge. Slaughtering dragons was something that he had only heard of in legends. Now, it was happening right beside him. He continued to search for the bluestone martial talisman in the forest. That night, Lin Feng heard an earth-shattering roar of a beast. There's a ferocious beast. Lin Feng was shocked. This was definitely an abnormally powerful ferocious beast. Its roar contained a terrifying aura. Boom! Then a terrifying fluctuation spread out. Cultivators were fighting with the ferocious beast. Lin Feng sneaked over and found 3 cultivators fighting the ferocious beast. It was a silver-white ferocious beast with the head of a tiger and the body of a lion. It was abnormally ferocious. 3 cultivators surrounded this ferocious beast, but they were unable to kill it. Instead, this ferocious beast killed 2 of them. The last person also escaped with heavy injuries. The ferocious beast roared and quickly chased, but in the end, it was unable to catch up. This beast is also injured. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The ferocious beast dragged the 2 corpses and leaped into the forest, disappearing without a trace. Lin Feng rubbed his chin. It seemed to be a tiger-lion beast. However, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the fur of the tiger-lion beast was brown, but this tiger-lion beast was snow white. Could it be a mutant tiger-lion beast? No wonder he was so powerful. However, he did not know why they were fighting. Could it be that there was some kind of treasure in this forest? Lin Feng pondered. He decided to explore and carefully walked in the direction of the tiger-lion beast. The tiger-lion beast's cave was at the bottom of a cliff. There were many bones scattered around the cave, and the entire forest exuded a gloomy feeling. The tiger-lion beast's temperament is ferocious. These 3 people also dared to provoke the tiger-lion beast. Why? Lin Feng slightly frowned. The night was pitch black, and he did not find anything, so he retreated. He planned to wait until the next day to explore again. The next day, Lin Feng once again came to the tiger-lion beast's cave. That is, not far from the tiger-lion beast's cave, Lin Feng saw a stalk of spirit medicine. It was a blood-colored spirit medicine, and it was surrounded by a bloody light. Blood spirit grass. It's actually this kind of spirit medicine. Lin Feng was shocked. The blood spirit grass was the main ingredient in refining the blood spirit pill. The blood spirit pill was a mystic-ranked, low-ranked spirit medicine. This kind of pill had an extremely powerful effect, and that was to improve a cultivator's bloodline. It was well known that a cultivator's talent played a crucial role in many aspects. Firstly, it was related to the martial soul. Secondly, it was related to the bloodline. Lastly, it was related to one's physique. Without further ado, it was time to talk about bloodline and physique. Firstly, physique. Some people were born with superhuman strength, some people cultivated at lightning speed, and some people were born faster than others. What was the reason? This was physique, an innate advantage. Those with strong physiques often cultivated at twice the speed, with half the effort. Why were the demons so strong? Because their bodies were strong, far stronger than humans. That was their innate advantage. It was the same for the primordial god-fiend clan. They had terrifying physical bodies, which was the embodiment of their powerful physique. Therefore, the primordial god-fiend clan was exceptionally terrifying. Their physique had an extremely great advantage, and as they cultivated, this advantage would grow bigger and bigger. It was equivalent to winning at the starting line. As they cultivated, this gap would gradually widen. And bloodline was even more important than physique. Why were the descendants of the ancient divine emperor so powerful? Because they had inherited the powerful bloodline of the ancient divine emperor. The bloodline of the ancient divine emperor was tempered with the power of the heavenly Tao. The power of the heavenly Tao was infused with the power of the heavenly Tao. It had power that surpassed that of the primordial god-fiends. Therefore, the descendants of the ancient divine emperor were extremely powerful. Among cultivators of the same level, the descendants of the ancient divine emperor were almost invincible. That was because of bloodline. The stronger the bloodline, the faster one's cultivation would improve. When one's cultivation broke through, the increase in combat strength would also be greater. For example, Lin Feng's cultivation was at the second firmament of the martial general realm, but he could suppress cultivators at the fourth and fifth firmament of the martial general realm. Why was that? Because the Archean dragonesque elephant skill was not only tempering Lin Feng's body, strengthening his physique was an improvement in physique, but it was also tempering Lin Feng's bloodline. His bloodline was also getting stronger, a body that surpassed that of the primordial god-fiends. A bloodline that surpassed that of the primordial god-fiends. How could Lin Feng not be strong? Looking at the blood spirit grass, Lin Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. He remembered that the fire qilin had helped him improve the primordial blood spirit pill. If he could obtain this blood spirit grass and refine it into a primordial blood spirit pill, how much would it fetch at the auction house? Thinking of this, Lin Feng's face lit up with joy. He quickly rushed towards the blood spirit grass. Lin Feng reached out to grab the blood spirit grass. Suddenly, he felt a sinister and terrifying aura rushing towards him. That terrifying aura directly enveloped Lin Feng, making Lin Feng's hair stand on end. He looked in the direction of the cave and saw that the silver-white tiger-lion beast was staring at him with its cold eyes as if it was looking at a delicious prey. Some of the ferocious beasts in the forest loved to hunt humans, especially those who had gained intelligence. That was because humans knew how to cultivate. The higher their cultivation, the stronger their bloodline. These ferocious beasts could greatly increase their strength after devouring the cultivator's bloodline. At the same time, many cultivators had elixirs, which these ferocious beasts could consume to increase their cultivation. Although the tiger-lion beast in front of him was ferocious, it had already gained intelligence. After seeing Lin Feng, it let out an excited and ferocious roar. It could feel that Lin Feng's powerful bloodline was much stronger than the two humans it had just eaten. The tiger-lion beast growled and leaped towards Lin Feng. Chapter 293. Danger! Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He quickly grabbed the blood spirit grass and retreated. However, even with Lin Feng's fast speed, he still couldn't completely dodge the Taigan beast's attack. Bang! There was a dull sound of impact. The Taigan beast's powerful claw slammed into Lin Feng's body and sent Lin Feng flying. Lin Feng fell to the ground and rolled over a dozen times before stopping. Wah! Lin Feng couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He felt as if his organs were about to be displaced. Lin Feng's body was comparable to a Yin-Yang realm expert's body. His body was even stronger than a divine demon of the same level. How strong was his defense? But that tiger-lion beast had managed to injure Lin Feng so easily. One could imagine how terrifying that tiger-lion beast was. Lin Feng put the blood spirit grass into his spirit ring and looked at the Taigan beast with a serious expression. This Taigan beast had already locked onto him. It wouldn't be easy for him to escape. With the Taigan beast's speed, if he let his guard down, it could rush up and bite his neck. Since it's hard to escape, I'll play with you. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. A battle of life and death could often stimulate a person's potential. Lin Feng wasn't afraid of a battle of life and death. Instead, he was slightly excited. Roar! The Taigan beast roared and charged at Lin Feng again. Its sharp claws flashed with a cold light as it clawed at Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. Because of his golden wings, Lin Feng was extremely fast. He dodged the Taigan beast's attack like a shadow. He instantly arrived at the Taigan beast's side and punched at it. Bang! Lin Feng's powerful punch landed on the Taigan beast's body. A hint of joy appeared on his face. I did it! One had to know that with Lin Feng's current strength, he could smash a mountain peak with a single punch, not to mention a body of flesh and blood. However, what Lin Feng didn't expect was that when his powerful punch landed on the tiger-lion beast's body, the tiger-lion beast's body suddenly trembled. He suddenly realized that there was a terrifying power gushing out from the tiger-lion beast's body. This power instantly blocked his punch and rebounded back at him. Demonic power. Lin Feng was shocked. The so-called demonic power was the ability of those ferocious beasts to absorb the essence of the sun and the moon. Such a ferocious beast was equivalent to knowing how to cultivate. The demonic energy produced by their bodies was equivalent to the true chi of human cultivators. Once the demonic force was produced, the strength of the ferocious beast would increase exponentially. The powerful rebounding force violently shook Lin Feng's body, directly sending Lin Feng flying. With a loud bang, Lin Feng's body slammed into a large tree that would require a dozen people to wrap their arms around it. Crack! The large tree was directly broken. The tiger-lion beast roared and jumped up, pouncing towards Lin Feng, who fell to the ground. It wanted to get rid of Lin Feng. Facing the ferocious attack of the tiger-lion beast, Lin Feng hurriedly used the Qiongqi treasure technique. This tiger-lion beast was really powerful. If he didn't use some powerful moves, it would be really difficult to resist. Roar! The ferocious beast Qiongqi appeared and pounced towards the tiger-lion beast. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that this tiger-lion beast was really abnormally powerful. The tiger-lion beast's sharp claws suddenly tore. Qi, the Qiongqi that Lin Feng transformed from the Qiongqi treasure technique, was torn apart by this tiger-lion beast. Sky Tyrant Thunder Incantation. Lin Feng's reaction was fast enough. When the ferocious beast Qiongqi pounced on the tiger-lion beast, he had already launched the second wave of attack. Dense thunderbolts were condensed by Lin Feng. A ball of thunderbolts, light, appeared in Lin Feng's palm. Lin Feng released the ball of thunderbolts light. That ball of thunderbolts light ruthlessly bombarded the body of the tiger-lion beast. With a loud bang, the tiger-lion beast was blasted away by Lin Feng's ball of thunderbolts light. This tiger-lion beast's defense was extremely powerful. Lin Feng had already experienced it before. However, the power of Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder art was really powerful. It actually destroyed the tiger-lion beast's defense. The tiger-lion beast was blasted away. Moreover, many parts of its body were blasted open. Blood immediately flowed out. The tiger-lion beast let out an incomparably painful roar. Its pair of eyes were filled with resentment as it looked at Lin Feng. This tiger-lion beast had already unlocked its spiritual wisdom. It had its own thoughts and emotions. Although the tiger-lion beast was injured by Lin Feng, it didn't leave. Instead, it approached Lin Feng again. At the same time, the tiger-lion beast opened its bloody mouth. A terrifying wave of energy surged out from the tiger-lion beast's bloody mouth. Blood-colored energy condensed in the tiger-lion beast's bloody mouth. That blood-colored energy turned into a blood-colored ball of light. It contained a destructive power and was spat out by the tiger-lion beast. Feeling the terrifying power of the blood-colored ball of light, Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly rushed to the left. Bang! That blood-colored ball of light directly exploded on Lin Feng's left side. Rubble flew everywhere. Fortunately, Lin Feng dodged the tiger-lion beast's attack. The tiger-lion beast's attack didn't stop. Wave after wave of attacks bombarded Lin Feng. This blood-colored ball of light's attack power was very shocking. Lin Feng was slightly embarrassed as he dodged the tiger-lion beast's attacks. After more than 20 consecutive attacks, the tiger-lion beast was unable to hit Lin Feng. At this time, Lin Feng felt that the tiger-lion beast's attack power had clearly weakened. Obviously, the tiger-lion beast was starting to get tired after more than 20 consecutive attacks. Lin Feng quickly rushed to the tiger-lion beast's side. He used the Tyrant Thunder incantation again. Dense lightning energy bombarded the tiger-lion beast. With a loud bang, the tiger-lion beast was directly sent flying. The tiger-lion beast's injuries worsened. It let out a low roar. It looked at Lin Feng with fear in its eyes. This vicious beast had intelligence. It knew that it wasn't a match for Lin Feng. It didn't want to fight anymore. It let out a low roar and ran away. In a flash, it disappeared into the forest. Seeing the tiger-lion beast leave, Lin Feng also planned to leave this dangerous place. Whoosh! But at this time, a dense number of arrows were shot towards Lin Feng. Not good, there's an ambush. Lin Feng's face slightly changed. He quickly jumped towards a tree. All the arrows missed their target. Who? Come out. Lin Feng said coldly, "Little bastard, you have some skills. Even a vicious beast like the tiger-lion beast was injured by you." A hoarse voice sounded. A fierce-looking man with a centipede-like scar on his face jumped out of the forest on a huge wolf. Chapter 294. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly when he saw the huge wolf. The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries' mounts were heavenly wolves. Was this ferocious-looking man from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries? Swoosh, 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 swoosh. More than 10 figures rushed out of the forest. They were all dressed in black, and they stared coldly at Lin Feng. "Commander, this brat is quite agile." One of the black-clothed men said sinisterly, "He's already been injured by the tiger-lion beast. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to escape death today." The leader sneered. Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, "You're the leader of the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries, Duanmu Tianlang?" Duanmu Tianlang laughed nastily and said, "Kid, you have good eyes." The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries were a mercenary group that killed without batting an eyelid. Moreover, They were very strong. Lin Feng had killed Duanmu Feiyang and Duanmu Tian, so Duanmu Tianlang naturally wouldn't let Lin Feng go. However, he hadn't expected Duanmu Tianlang to block him here. But when he thought about it carefully, he remembered that he had killed an expert from the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries. He should have known that Duanmu Tianlang was nearby. It seemed that he had been too careless and had made such a mistake. Lin Feng observed the surrounding terrain. He was completely surrounded, so it was impossible for him to use his golden wings to escape. The arrows in their hands weren't ordinary arrows. They were magical arrows. These magical arrows were imbued with extremely powerful runes. They were extremely powerful and had unparalleled penetrative power. If they were ordinary arrows, Lin Feng wouldn't be afraid at all. However, magical arrows were different. If he was hit by one, he would be in trouble. If he used his golden wings to fly into the sky, he would expose himself completely. The chances of him being hit by a magical arrow were extremely high. Since I can't escape, I'll just kill them all. Lin Feng was a decisive person. Moreover, the conflict between him and the Heavenly Wolf mercenaries was already irreconcilable. He might as well deal with them here to avoid future troubles. Lin Feng looked indifferently at Duanmu Tianlang and the others and suddenly burst into laughter. "Kid, what are you laughing at?" Duanmu Sky Wolf's expression suddenly sank. "I'm laughing at the fact that you guys don't even know that you're about to die. A bunch of trash. Today, I'll kill all of you to rid the world of evil." Lin Feng sneered. "Arrogant brat." The Heavenly Wolf mercenaries immediately roared in anger. The Heavenly Wolf mercenary group had a notorious reputation for burning, killing, robbing, and committing all kinds of crimes. These people were mercenaries on the surface, but they were bandits in the dark. Each one of them was more savage than the other. Just imagine, such a savage character was looked down upon by a 17 or 18-year-old boy like Lin Feng. How could these people bear it? Their faces were incomparably gloomy. Lin Feng's words infuriated the members of the Tianlang mercenary group. When Lin Feng saw the ferocious and ice-cold expressions on their faces, an evil smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was deliberately provoking these people. If Duanmu Tianlang and the dozen or so experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group attacked him together, he would really be in big trouble. However, if the experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group and Duanmu Tianlang didn't attack at the same time, as long as he killed them, he would directly face Duanmu Tianlang and have a much higher chance of wiping out everyone, including Duanmu Tianlang. "Leader, let me kill this brat who doesn't know how high the heavens are," an expert of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group said, his eyes flashing with an ominous glint. "This brat isn't easy to deal with. Didn't you see that even the Taigan beast was injured by him?" Duanmu Tianlang said. The experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group nodded. If one wanted to defeat the Taigan beast with their bare hands, other than the leader, no one else could do it unless many people worked together to fight. However, Lin Feng was able to defeat the Taigan beast by himself. It was obvious that his strength was absolutely terrifying. Another expert of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group said, "Leader, then us brothers will use the Heavenly Wolf secret technique to deal with this brat. We'll slowly torture him until he wishes he was dead." Heavenly Wolf secret technique. The corners of Duanmu Sky Wolf's mouth curled into a sinister arc as he said indifferently, "Using the Sky Wolf secret skill to deal with such a brat is really overkill. However, for the sake of caution, we'll use the Sky Wolf secret skill to deal with him. Don't kill him directly. Torture him until he's better off dead. When he's tortured to the extreme and his will collapses, then we'll take his life." Duanmu Tianlang seemed to be very confident in the Heavenly Wolf secret technique. Don't worry, leader. Our brothers know what to do. We'll definitely make this brat beg for death. The people of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group laughed sinisterly. So more than 10 people quickly flew out and scattered in all directions. They surrounded Lin Feng. Then these people began to circle around Lin Feng in a special pace and pattern. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes as he looked at the dozen or so experts of the Heavenly Wolf mercenary group. These people were obviously going to use some kind of Heavenly Wolf secret technique. The so-called Heavenly Wolf secret technique. Lin Feng guessed that it might be a joint attack technique. The so-called joint attack technique was a group of people cultivating a kind of secret technique. This kind of secret technique could be used by many people, and they could be linked together to make up for each other's weaknesses. And joint attack techniques could often erupt with several times the combat strength. Therefore, once a joint attack technique was used, the destructive power it caused was extremely shocking. Of course, it wasn't that there were no conditions to use a joint attack technique. The biggest limiting factor was the degree of tacit understanding. If there was no tacit understanding, the power of the joint attack technique would not be able to be unleashed. However, looking at the dozen or so people, their cooperation should be very tacit. The dozen or so people's pace became faster and faster. At the same time, a thick fog appeared in the forest. The fog was blocking Lin Feng's line of sight. At most, he could only see a meter away. What a good Heavenly Wolf secret technique. It's not as simple as a joint attack technique. It's also fused with some simple illusion arrays. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This dense fog that suddenly appeared was an illusion array. The Heavenly Wolf secret technique was a combination of a joint attack technique and an illusion array. No wonder Duanmu Skywolf was so confident in the Heavenly Wolf secret technique. Visibility sharply decreased. However, Lin Feng's perception was very strong. His ears twitched, and he carefully listened to the movements around him. Swish! Suddenly, a cold air came from behind him. A silver figure appeared, waving its claws towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. He dodged the silver figure's attack, and Lin Feng also saw what the silver figure was. It was actually a giant silver wolf. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. This giant silver wolf was transformed from a mercenary. The Heavenly Wolf secret technique was too strange. It was not as simple as a joint attack technique and an illusion array. It could actually turn the person who used the Heavenly Wolf secret technique into a giant silver wolf. Once transformed, the speed and strength of these cultivators would be greatly increased, and they would be much stronger than before. Lin Feng dodged the attack of the first giant silver wolf. Before he landed, the second giant silver wolf suddenly swept over from the left, and its sharp claws scratched towards Lin Feng's neck. Chapter 295. Bang! Lin Feng took advantage of the situation and kicked out. This powerful kick landed on the abdomen of the giant silver wolf and sent it flying. Ow, ow! The giant silver wolf could not help but let out a series of blood-curdling screams after receiving this blow. Swoosh, swoosh! Suddenly, two giant silver wolves pounced from the right and the back. Their razor-sharp claws swiped at Lin Feng. These people from the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps were experts themselves. Now that they had used the Heavenly Wolf secret skill, their speed and strength had greatly increased. Moreover, these people had a tacit understanding of each other. After they launched their attacks, wave after wave of attacks were launched at Lin Feng. They did not give Lin Feng any time to react at all. If it had been anyone else, they would have panicked in such a dangerous situation. They would not have been able to defend themselves, and would not have been able to escape death. However, Lin Feng was very calm. This was because Lin Feng, who had mastered the golden body wings, was simply too fast. With a light leap, he could leap a distance of 100 meters. It was as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. In the face of these giant silver wolves' attacks, he could still easily dodge them. The two giant silver wolves attacked. Swoosh! They only saw a flash of light in front of their eyes, and Lin Feng disappeared without a trace. In the next moment, Lin Feng appeared beside one of the giant silver wolves. His hand was as fast as lightning. He grabbed the giant silver wolf's neck with both hands and suddenly exerted force. Crack! The giant silver wolf's neck was directly broken by Lin Feng. The giant silver wolf died on the spot. This giant silver wolf was transformed from a human cultivator through a secret skill. Therefore, after its neck was broken by Lin Feng and it died, it immediately returned to its human form and lay on the ground, lifeless. The second silver wolf's pupils constricted upon seeing this. He quickly retreated because the silver wolf sensed danger. However, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. With one leap, he crossed the distance of 20 to 30 meters in an instant. A crackling sound came from Lin Feng's hand. When the silver wolf saw Lin Feng condense a lightning ball in his hand before it could react, Lin Feng had already taken it out. Bang! The ball of lightning suddenly exploded beside the silver wolf. With a loud bang, the giant silver wolf didn't even have time to cry out before it was blown apart by the lightning ball condensed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Thunder Art. Roar! Roar! Low growls could be heard as huge silver wolves pounced towards Lin Feng from all directions. Like 4 streaks of silver-white light, they quickly rushed over. Devouring Martial Spirit, triple spatial magnetic field superposition. Boom! Lin Feng activated his devouring Martial Spirit to form a spatial magnetic field superposition. However, when the 4 silver wolves pounced on them, they were immediately imprisoned by the triple spatial magnetic field superposition. Qiongqi's treasure skill. Kill! Lin Feng shouted as he condensed the Qiongqi's treasure skill. Roar! A loud roar shook the sky. The Qiongqi beast appeared. The Qiongqi beast came in front of a silver wolf and stretched out its huge claws to grab the silver wolf's body. Then it suddenly tore it apart. Puffed. Fresh blood splattered. The silver wolf was directly torn in half by the Qiongqi beast. The Qiongqi beast threw the corpse away and quickly pounced on the second silver wolf. The other 3 silver wolves that were imprisoned by Lin Feng's spatial magnetic field superposition were horrified. They originally thought that they could easily kill Lin Feng after using the Heavenly Wolf secret skill. However, they did not expect Lin Feng to be so terrifying. Now, they could not resist at all. The 3 silver wolves struggled, trying to break free from the spatial magnetic field superposition. However, they could not break free at all. At this moment, the Qiongqi beast had already rushed over. The Qiongqi caught the second silver wolf and directly tore it into 2 halves. Then it caught the third silver wolf and tore it into 2 halves. The 4th silver wolf was also not spared and was also torn into 2 halves by the Qiongqi. After these silver wolves died, they turned into human form and were torn apart. It could be said that their deaths were extremely tragic. In a short period of time, 7 masters of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Corps had been killed by Lin Feng. This man is cruel. Attack him from a distance. One of the silver wolves spoke. They were transformed by a human using a secret skill. Naturally, it was very normal for them to be able to speak the human language. The remaining 10 silver wolves all opened their bloody mouths. They opened their bloody mouths and condensed balls of energy. These balls of energy seemed to contain the power to destroy everything. These were silver balls of energy. Lin Feng felt that the energy between heaven and earth was quickly rushing towards these silver wolves. Then, all the energy converged into the balls of energy. The power of the silver balls of energy in the mouths of the silver wolves became stronger and stronger. Such a strange secret skill. It can even condense balls of energy to attack from a distance. How strange. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. The power of the Heavenly Wolf secret skill had indeed exceeded Lin Feng's expectations. He did not expect the Heavenly Wolf secret skill to be so strange. Boom, boom, boom. The silver wolves opened their bloody mouths and spat out balls of energy towards Lin Feng. 10 silver energy balls drew a beautiful silver-white arc in the air. These silver balls of energy contained a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It was suffocating. Boy, let's see how you'll die. The eyes of the silver wolves flickered with a ferocious glint. Whoosh! When the silver wolves' balls of energy bombarded him, Lin Feng moved. He suddenly shot out. His speed was too fast. In an instant, he broke away from the encirclement of the 10 balls of energy. The 10 balls of energy all exploded on the ground. Dust flew everywhere, but Lin Feng was safe and sound. Lin Feng could not see the position of the silver wolves in the fog, but he could feel their auras. Although the silver wolves' vision was not obstructed by the fog, Lin Feng's speed was too fast. They spat out balls of energy one after another, but not a single one could hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng easily dodged them all. Soon, Lin Feng arrived beside the silver wolves. Lin Feng's hands were filled with balls of lightning. Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Lightning Manual. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Feng took out the balls of energy that he had created with the Sky Tyrant Lightning Manual. The 10 balls of energy exploded. Retreat. The silver wolves all cried out in fear. But it was too late. The balls of energy exploded, and the terrifying energy contained a destructive power that drowned the 10 silver wolves. Tragic cries rang out. Bam, bam, bam. One by one, the silver wolves' bodies exploded. They were torn apart. They died on the spot. Chapter 296. Huff, huff. Lin Feng panted heavily. The battle was extremely intense and had consumed a lot of his energy. He felt a deep sense of exhaustion. With the deaths of the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's experts, the thick fog began to dissipate. Is that brat finally going to die? Duanmu Sky Wolf sat on the giant wolf and looked coldly at Lin Feng. When the Heavenly Wolf secret technique was used, the fog would appear and block Lin Feng's vision. Naturally, it would also block Duanmu Sky Wolf's vision. At this moment, the fog gradually dissipated, but Duanmu Sky Wolf saw a scene that made his eyes pop out of their sockets. Lin Feng stood not far away and panted heavily. On the ground, there were piles of broken limbs. Dead. The Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's experts were all dead. They were the Heavenly Wolf Mercenary Group's most elite force. They were also Duanmu Sky Wolf's strongest trump card. However, they were all killed by Lin Feng. Little bastard, you're courting death, shouted Duanmu Tianlang furiously. He then jumped into the air and threw himself at Lin Feng. Duanmu Sky Wolf's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. It was a killing intent that could not be suppressed and could not be concealed. Duanmu Tianlang wished he could cut Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces and cut him into 10,000 pieces. Boom! Duanmu Sky Wolf swung his fist, and a powerful punch flew towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng also quickly moved and punched towards Duanmu Sky Wolf. The 3 devouring martial spirits were activated. Lin Feng's strength was raised to the extreme. A loud bang sounded as Lin Feng and Duanmu Sky Wolf fiercely collided. Then Lin Feng flew out like a kite with a broken string. Lin Feng crashed into a 1,000-meter-tall mountain. The 1,000-meter-tall mountain couldn't withstand such a terrifying strength, so it collapsed and buried Lin Feng. In the next moment, the ruins exploded. Lin Feng jumped out of the ruins and landed on the ground. He looked at Duanmu Tianlang with a solemn expression. Duanmu Tianlang's attack just now was too terrifying. This person should be at the 5th layer of the martial general realm. 5th heavenly layer of the martial general realm, possessing the strength of 625 dragons. Lin Feng now had the strength of 5 draconic elephants, which was equivalent to the strength of 50 draconic elephants. With the circulation of his triple-layered martial soul, his strength could be raised to 150 dragon power. However, even with 150 dragon power, there was still a difference of 4 times compared to Duanmu Tianlang's 625 dragon power. With such a huge gap, Duanmu Tianlang already had the ability to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng took a deep breath as a trace of seriousness appeared between his brows. I never thought that you would have such a powerful cultivation at such a young age. It seems that I have underestimated you. However, you will not be able to escape death today. What a pity for your amazing talent. Duanmu Tianlang's eerie voice sounded out. He dashed over again and threw a punch at Lin Feng. Qiongqi's treasured technique. Roar. The ferocious beast, Qiongqi, appeared. Its roar shook the heavens as it pounced towards Duanmu Tianlang. Humph! Facing the ferocious beast's attack, Duanmu Tianlang couldn't help but sneer. His powerful punch fiercely smashed forward. With a loud bang, the Qiongqi was directly blown apart by Duanmu Tianlang's punch. Duanmu Tianlang's cultivation was truly powerful. After breaking Lin Feng's Qiongqi treasure technique, he quickly rushed forward and threw another punch at Lin Feng. This punch was actually surrounded by a dense blood-red light. This move was called Blood Demon Fist. The blood-red light vaguely condensed into a blood-red figure. Blood demon descends. Demon exterminates the world. A deep voice came out from the blood-red figure's mouth. This blood demon king's aura made one's heart palpitate. It was as if they were facing an ancient demon. I'll break your blood demon. Lin Feng roared as his hands formed seals. The Sky Tyrant Lightning art was used by Lin Feng. Crackle! The power of lightning intertwined, forming a terrifying power that could destroy everything. The intertwined power of lightning, under Lin Feng's control, slashed towards Duanmu Tianlang. Lin Feng had only cultivated the Sky Tyrant Lightning art for a short period of time. Although he had only just reached the beginner stage, the Sky Tyrant Lightning art was too powerful. Even if Lin Feng had only reached the beginner stage, the Sky Tyrant Lightning art itself was too powerful. It could still unleash an extremely terrifying attack power. The power of lightning bombarded the blood demon's body. Chi. The blood demon condensed by Duanmu Tianlang's blood demon fist began to smoke. It was quickly blasted apart by the power of lightning. It couldn't withstand Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning art's attack at all. The blood demon was an evil being, and the Sky Tyrant Lightning art's lightning was the strongest power of Yang. It specialized in restraining evil beings. Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning art restrained Duanmu Tianlang's blood demon fist. The dense lightning bombarded Duanmu Tianlang's body, sending him flying. Many parts of his body were blasted by the power of lightning, and blood immediately flowed out. This was a battle between cultivators. Who won and who lost didn't just depend on strength. It also depended on the various secret techniques that both sides cultivated. Of course, there was also the battle. Strength didn't mean that one could survive a life and death battle. Strong people weren't necessarily the ones who could win. Of course, If one's strength was dozens or hundreds of times greater than the opponent's, one could naturally ignore the opponent's secret technique. However, although Duanmu Tianling was very strong, his strength was only 4 times that of Lin Feng's. It was impossible for him to achieve the level of breaking through 10,000 techniques with one. He was suppressed by Lin Feng's Sky Tyrant Lightning Art, so it was very normal for him to be injured. "Little bastard, you actually injured this leader." Duanmu Tianlang roared angrily. This person was also a famous expert, but now he was actually injured by a 17 or 18-year-old youth. This was an extremely serious blow to Duanmu Tianlang's self-esteem. Duanmu Tianlang's gaze was extremely sinister. He laughed sinisterly. "Brat, you have completely angered this leader. This leader will let you die in endless fear." Lin Feng's expression was cold. He wasn't afraid of this kind of life and death battle because Lin Feng knew that the more life and death battle, the more potential he could stimulate. He couldn't be compared to the cultivation resources that the successors of the top ancient sacred lands and ancient imperial dynasties received. If he wanted to quickly increase his cultivation and catch up to those people, he had to experience a life and death battle to stimulate his potential and quickly increase his cultivation. Duanmu Tianlang laughed sinisterly. "The ignorant are fearless. Today, I will let you know this leader's true strength." As soon as he finished speaking, light soared into the sky from Duanmu Tianlang's dantian. Endless golden light rushed out, and within the golden light, there seemed to be an extremely terrifying existence being nurtured. Seeing the vague figure nurtured by the golden light, Lin Feng's eyelids twitched violently. He felt an extremely dangerous aura. Duanmu Tianlang wanted to use his martial spirit to deal with him. That martial spirit was definitely an extremely terrifying martial spirit. Chapter 297. Roar. An earth-shattering roar was heard. Then, in the endless golden light, a huge creature rushed out. Hiss! Seeing this creature, Lin Feng couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was a 3-meter-tall and 5-meter-long giant golden wolf. This giant golden wolf had 3 ferocious heads. 3-headed golden wolf. This was a beast martial soul, an extremely rare beast martial soul. It was rumored that in the primordial age there was a demon wolf that cultivated the Tao. As the years passed, that demon wolf eventually became an existence that could compete with the ancient gods. He called himself the Wolf God, and the 3-headed golden wolf was said to be one of the descendants of the Wolf God. In the primordial age, chaotic age, primordial age, and primordial age, there were still 3-headed golden wolf clan active, and the 3-headed golden wolf clan was extremely powerful. But in the Great Divine Demon War at the end of the primordial age, the 3-headed golden wolf clan was annihilated. The classic of mountains and seas also recorded the annihilation of the 3-headed golden wolf clan. Although the 3-headed golden wolf clan had disappeared in the long river of history, some cultivators could still awaken the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul when they awakened their martial soul. The 3-headed golden wolf martial soul was an extremely rare existence among beast martial souls. It was Lin Feng's first time seeing the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul. Seeing Duanmu Tianlang's overflowing confidence, it was obvious that the 3-headed golden wolf martial soul should be an extremely terrifying martial soul. Roar! The 3-headed golden wolf martial soul let out a low roar and walked towards Lin Feng step by step. At this moment, Lin Feng felt a chill down his spine. The 3-headed golden wolf martial soul must be extremely powerful. Otherwise, Lin Feng wouldn't have such a feeling. The 3-headed golden wolf approached Lin Feng step by step. Its movements were very slow, but every step it took made Lin Feng feel more and more anxious. Swoosh! Suddenly, the three-headed golden wolf martial soul sped up and pounced towards Lin Feng like a bolt of golden lightning. So fast! Lin Feng was shocked. He quickly retreated, but the three-headed golden wolf was too fast. It rushed in front of Lin Feng in an instant, and its sharp claws slashed at Lin Feng. Lin Feng raised his hand to block the three-headed golden wolf's attack. With a loud bang, Lin Feng was sent flying dozens of meters away by the three-headed golden wolf's claw. His body directly broke a large tree that could only be wrapped around by a dozen people. Lin Feng's face was pale. The three-headed golden wolf's attack was too powerful. Even with his powerful physical body, he felt like he couldn't withstand it. After the successful attack, the three-headed golden wolf did not stop. It quickly pounced on Lin Feng. The three-headed golden wolf opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lin Feng. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and used the Sky Tyrant Thunder technique. He used the Sky Tyrant Thunder technique to condense the power of thunder. A ball of lightning was formed, and Lin Feng threw it at the three-headed golden wolf. Boom! The ball of lightning exploded in the void, and it looked like it was about to drown the three-headed golden wolf. Swoosh! However, the three-headed golden wolf disappeared from its spot and dodged the ball of lightning's attack. What kind of speed is this? Lin Feng's expression became extremely serious. The three-headed golden wolf's strength was far beyond his imagination. Suddenly, he felt a chill run down his spine. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, Lin Feng quickly moved to the left. However, even though his reaction was fast enough, he was still unable to dodge the three-headed golden wolf's attack. The three-headed golden wolf's sharp claws scratched Lin Feng's shoulder, and immediately blood flowed out. Swoosh! Lin Feng quickly retreated. The three-headed golden wolf went berserk when it smelled the blood, and it quickly chased after Lin Feng. The three-headed golden wolf's speed was shocking, and its strength was terrifying. Its claws were even sharper than flying swords. Duanmu Tianlong's martial soul was truly terrifying. "Kid, let's see how you'll die." Duanmu Tianlang laughed sinisterly, as if he could already see Lin Feng being killed by the three-headed golden wolf. Roar! The three-headed golden wolf let out a low growl and quickly caught up to Lin Feng. Its sharp claws were aimed at Lin Feng's neck. When the three-headed golden wolf attacked, it targeted the vital points. If he was not careful, he could be killed by the three-headed golden wolf on the spot. Now, the three-headed golden wolf was coming for him again. Good timing. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated his three devouring martial souls, and Lin Feng used the spatial magnetic field. 3 layers of space superposition. The three-headed golden wolf was immediately trapped in the spatial magnetic field. However, the three-headed golden wolf was really powerful. Even though it was trapped in the spatial magnetic field, it was still able to move. However, the three-headed golden wolf's speed was still limited, and it wasn't as fast as before. This gave Lin Feng enough time to react. Lin Feng's palm intertwined with the power of lightning. Lin Feng condensed 2 more balls of lightning and shot them at the three-headed golden wolf. This time, the three-headed golden wolf was trapped in the spatial magnetic field, and it was unable to dodge. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive explosions rang out. The 2 balls of lightning instantly exploded. Half of the three-headed golden wolf's body was about to explode. With this attack, Lin Feng had almost destroyed Duanmu Tianlong's martial soul. Die! Lin Feng shouted in a low voice. He wanted to kill the three-headed golden wolf with a punch. However, the heavily injured three-headed golden wolf didn't continue fighting with Lin Feng. Instead, it quickly retreated and escaped. Duanmu Tianlang didn't expect that even his martial soul would be injured by Lin Feng. His expression became extremely gloomy. Duanmu Tianlang shouted coldly. Man, soul fusion! So, the three-headed golden wolf turned into a golden light and drilled into Duanmu Tianlang's body. Ka-ka-ka-cha! Duanmu Tianlang's body suddenly underwent a drastic change. His body began to expand, and golden hair began to grow. Lin Feng was dumbstruck as he looked at this scene, looking at the golden hair that constantly drilled out of Duanmu Tianlang's body and his growing body. Lin Feng suddenly thought of a word: beast transformation. Among the cultivators who possessed the beast martial soul, there was a very small number of people who could borrow the power of the beast martial soul to transform into a beast. This was the fusion of the martial soul and the bloodline. After completing this transformation, one would be able to transform into a beast. Once the beast transformation was completed, one's strength would increase greatly. Roar. A deep roar was heard. Duanmu Tianlang had turned into a werewolf covered in golden hair. His body was like a wolf, but also like a human. His limbs were very long, and he had extremely sharp claws. His head had become very long, very similar to a wolf's. Duanmu Tianlang had really completed his beast transformation. Duanmu Tianlang sneered. Brat! Although I haven't reached the peak of the three-headed beast transformation, even if it's just a one-headed beast transformation, killing you will be as easy as flipping my hand. After the beast transformation, Duanmu Tianlang let out a deep roar. Duanmu Tianlang stretched out his claws and directly grabbed a 3,000-meter tall mountain. With a loud roar, he pulled up the 3,000-meter tall mountain and ruthlessly threw it at Lin Feng. Chapter 298. A loud rumbling sound came out, accompanied by the sound of the air being torn apart. If this attack landed on his body, who knows what kind of terrifying damage it would cause. Whoosh! Lin Feng quickly dodged, turning into a blur as he tried to dodge this attack. However, Duanmu Sky Wolf's powerful attack swept over. Lin Feng was still hit by this attack. His body was sent flying like a cannonball, slamming into a rock wall. He felt his blood and qi churn, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Duanmu Sky Wolf's attack was too powerful. Even if his body was as tough as copper skin and iron bones, Duanmu Sky Wolf's attack felt like all the bones in his body were about to be shattered. Duanmu Sky Wolf grabbed the 3,000-meter tall mountain and smashed it over again. Lin Feng quickly moved to the left, and Duanmu Sky Wolf's attack smashed into the mountain behind Lin Feng. The two mountains collided and broke into two halves. Lin Feng was hit by the shattered rocks and was sent flying. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. If his body wasn't strong enough, Lin Feng's body would have been pierced through by the shattered rocks. Whoosh! A golden light flashed over. It was Duanmu's Sky Wolf after beast transformation. Fast. It was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived beside Lin Feng. Lin Feng could even see the pale green eyes of Duanmu's Sky Wolf after beast transformation. They were like the eyes of a wolf, flickering with a sinister light that could make one's soul shiver. Not good. Lin Feng's face suddenly changed. He quickly retreated, but Duanmu's Sky Wolf's speed was too fast. His sharp claws ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Feng. Pooh! Duanmu's Sky Wolf's sharp claws pierced through Lin Feng's right chest. Blood dripped from Duanmu Sky Wolf's claws. Duanmu Sky Wolf's other claw grabbed Lin Feng's neck. His ferocious wolf head looked at Lin Feng and said eerily, "Kid, I've already told you that you will die today." Duanmu Tianlang seemed to be saying that Lin Feng would definitely die today. However, before he could finish his sentence, Duanmu Tianlang suddenly let out a miserable shriek. Ah! He screamed in pain and slapped his head with his right claw. Duanmu Tianlang felt as though his head was about to split open. Bang! Lin Feng made his move. Using the Sky Tyrant lightning art, he condensed a ball of lightning and ruthlessly bombarded Duanmu Tianlong's chest. Just as Duanmu Sirius was getting carried away, Lin Feng directly used the soul sword to attack Duanmu Sirius's soul origin. Caught off guard, Duanmu Tianlong's soul origin was slashed in half by Lin Feng's soul sword. Although Duanmu Tianlong's soul did not disperse, he was severely injured. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and used the Sky Tyrant lightning art to attack Duanmu Tianlang. The ball of lightning exploded and Duanmu Tianlong's chest was blasted open. Even his bones were exposed. He was severely injured. His body flew backward and landed heavily on the ground. However, Duanmu Tianlang did not seem to feel the pain. He continued to hold his head and let out a miserable shriek. Under normal circumstances, when the soul origin was injured, the pain was incomparable to physical injuries. Duanmu Tianlang had lost his ability to fight. Lin Feng rushed toward Duanmu Tianlang to take advantage of this opportunity to kill him. At this moment, a low growl was heard. Duanmu Tianlong's sky wolf mount pounced toward Lin Feng. It opened its bloody mouth and bit at Lin Feng. "Bastard, you're courting death." Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He activated his devouring martial soul and condensed a spatial magnetic field to imprison the giant wolf. Then, Lin Feng grabbed the giant wolf's forelimbs with both hands. With a loud roar, Lin Feng tore the giant wolf's body into two halves. Blood splattered everywhere. Lin Feng threw the giant wolf's body aside and punched Duanmu Tianlong's chest hard. Crack! Duanmu Tianlong's chest was completely caved in by Lin Feng's punch. His heart exploded. Duanmu Tianlang twitched a few times, and his eyes widened in anger. Then he lost all signs of life. Lin Feng couldn't hold on any longer. He fell to the ground with his back facing the sky. He was panting violently. The tearing pain in his right chest made Lin Feng frown. If Duanmu Tianlong's attack was a little more accurate, it would have pierced through his lung. At that time, he would be dead for sure. Fortunately, he was relatively lucky. Lin Feng took out a healing elixir and consumed it. His pale face recovered a little color. The battle with Duanmu Tianlang was extremely dangerous, but fortunately, he survived in the end. Lin Feng laid on the ground and panted violently. He was slowly recovering his body. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, the sound of clapping suddenly resounded from the forest. An old man wearing a dark green robe walked out. That old man was skinny, and his eyes flickered with a pale green light like a ghost fire. His body emitted a gloomy and terrifying aura. Devil Dao expert. Lin Feng's expression suddenly changed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. He's only 17 or 18 years old, yet he managed to kill so many strong cultivators on his own. He even managed to kill an extremely strong cultivator who could transform into a beast. Even I was astonished, said the old man in the green robe as if he was praising Lin Feng, but his voice sounded like the cry of an owl. It was hoarse and sharp. When Lin Feng heard it, he had the feeling that his hair was standing on end. Lin Feng crawled up from the ground and said, "It's all a fluke. I'm really sorry to have insulted Senior's eyes. I don't dare to disturb Senior. Junior will take his leave." The old man in green clothes gave Lin Feng an indescribable feeling. It was the same feeling Lin Feng had when he was facing Ouyang Tian. Ouyang Tian was a yin-yang cultivator. At that level, he could fly, dive into the sea, and turn stone into gold. There was nothing he couldn't do. This green-robed elder in front of him was probably such an existence. I forgot to tell you. I have a nominal disciple, Although he can't be considered an official disciple, he has been cultivating with me for 3 years. The green-robed elder suddenly said. Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, and he said, "May I know the name of Senior's disciple?" The green-robed elder said sinisterly, "By Xiantian." When Lin Feng heard the ancestor of the green clothes, he pulled a long face. Without thinking, he unfolded his golden wings and turned into a golden bolt of lightning, fleeing into the distance. Bai Xiantian had been killed by him, and this yin-yang realm expert was actually Bai Xuantian's master. Lin Feng naturally didn't dare to stay. Ji. Seeing Lin Feng flee, the green-robed elder laughed sinisterly. He pointed at the air and coldly said, "Imprison!" In an instant, Lin Feng discovered that his body seemed to be bound by something. He couldn't fly anymore, and his golden wings automatically dissipated. He fell from the sky and landed heavily in the forest. Chapter 299. I'm done for. Lin Feng's face turned pale. He tried to break free, but he realized that no matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't break free. It was as if an invisible force was restricting him. Is this the strength of an yin-yang realm expert? Lin Feng smiled bitterly. The green-robed old man's methods were too strange. Lin Feng couldn't resist at all. This person was Bai Xuantian's master. If Lin Feng fell into this person's hands, he would most likely die. Russell, the green-robed old man, walked over and looked coldly at Lin Feng. You really have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. No wonder Bai Xiantian died at your hands. I want to know how you found out about my whereabouts. Lin Feng said gloomily. Li Mo-sun told me. The green-robed old man said gloomily. Li Mo-sun, the great elder of the law enforcement hall? Lin Feng said in surprise. What? Don't you think it's unbelievable? Li Mo-sun was a spy planted by a demonic force in Zhenwu country. He hid himself very well, so no one knew about him. The green-robed old man pursed his lips. He seemed to think that Lin Feng would definitely die today, so he didn't hide anything. It seems that the Orc Empire's attack on Zhenwu country was also caused by you demonic people. Lin Feng said angrily. The green-robed old man sneered. The demonic force is omnipresent. It's so strong that you can't even imagine it. The East Province and Godly Prefecture will belong to the demonic force sooner or later. Since I'm in your hands, I'll accept my fate. Now do it. Lin Feng said coldly. He. The green-robed old man laughed sinisterly and said, Wouldn't it be a pity to kill you? I still need your body to do something very important for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-robed old man grabbed Lin Feng and flew into the sky, disappearing without a trace. Pop! The green-robed elder brought Lin Feng into the depths of a volcano. The magma here was boiling and the temperature was scorching hot. Why did you bring me here? Lin Feng looked at the green-robed elder with a gloomy expression. You'll find out soon enough. The green-robed old man sneered. Both of his hands formed a series of seals and sent one seal after another into the boiling magma. A loud bang was heard. Immediately afterward, a 10-meter-tall and 5-meter-wide pitch-black cauldron rushed out of the magma and floated above the magma world. On the huge cauldron, there were drawings of devils, evil spirits, ferocious beasts, and other terrifying existences, emitting an eerie and terrifying aura. Large amounts of demonic chi poured out of the demonic tripod. Shriek! At the same time, ear-piercing screams kept coming out of the demonic tripod. The sound was too terrifying. It was like thousands of ghosts were shrieking. Lin Feng's face paled slightly as he asked, What is this? The green-robed elder cackled. I'm borrowing the earth fire here. Refine a powerful demonic weapon. A demonic weapon? Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. According to legends, demonic weapons refined by demonic cultivators were even more powerful than weapons refined by righteous cultivators. Many demonic weapons had extremely strange abilities. However, refining a demonic weapon was very complicated and difficult because demonic weapons went against the laws of nature. It was easy to suffer a backlash when refining a demonic weapon. The more powerful a demonic weapon was, the easier it was to suffer a backlash. That's right, I'm currently refining the soul-devouring banner. In order to refine the soul-devouring banner, I've spent a lot of effort in the past 800 years. I've been searching for young cultivators with powerful bloodlines, but no background. I've slowly raised them, and when the time comes, I'll use them as blood sacrifices for the soul-devouring banner. The green-robed elder said eerily. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent as he said, "It seems that Bai Xiantian was raised by you as a blood sacrifice for the soul-devouring banner. He's not your disciple." Jiji Jaiji. The green-robed elder laughed evilly. A nominal disciple is still a disciple. If a master needs a disciple's help, it's normal for the disciple to help. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. What kind of logic was this green-robed elder talking about? You want someone's life to be used as a blood sacrifice for your demonic weapon? How is that helping? The green-robed elder continued. I've already gathered 9,909 souls. Bai Xiantian was originally the last one. He was about to reach the standard for the blood sacrifice, but he died at your hands. However, it doesn't matter. I can see that your bloodline is more than 100 times stronger than Bai Xiantian's. Using you as a blood sacrifice is the best choice. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-robed elder grabbed Lin Feng and flew towards the demonic cauldron in the magma world. Open! The green-robed elder suddenly slapped the cauldron, and the lid opened. Endless demonic chi poured out of it, and a sharp, ear-piercing sound rang out. It sounded like 10,000 ghosts were howling. Endless, ghostly chi filled the air. 10,000 ghosts wanted to rush out of the demonic cauldron. Old turtle, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Lin Feng cursed. You won't even have the chance to become a ghost in my hands. The green-robed elder sneered and threw Lin Feng into the demonic cauldron. Boom! In the next moment, the cauldron lid was closed. Lin Feng's vision turned dark. The surroundings were extremely gloomy, and he felt as if he had fallen into an endless purgatory. Earthcore fire, come out! The green-robed elder shouted and formed a seal with both hands. A ball of flame rushed out from the depths of the churning magma world and enveloped the demonic cauldron, burning fiercely, refining. He also needed some powerful flames. Some refiners would take the risk to refine a type of flame like alchemists, but most refiners wouldn't refine the flame themselves. This was because refiners were different from alchemists. Alchemists had to have flames. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to become alchemists. On the other hand, refiners could borrow flames from the outside world. All kinds of flames could be borrowed, such as the earth core fire in the depths of the magma world. Inside the demonic cauldron, Lin Feng felt the temperature begin to rise. He was getting hotter and felt as if his body was about to melt. Damn, this grandson wants to refine me. Lin Feng's face was extremely gloomy as he punched towards the demonic cauldron. Bang! However, the spiritual inscriptions on the demonic cauldron sent Lin Feng flying. The demonic cauldron was too sturdy and couldn't be broken at all. The temperature inside the demonic cauldron rose rapidly. Lin Feng was already sweating profusely. If this continued, he would definitely be burned to ashes. the demonic cauldron turned fiery red, and the temperature was shockingly high. Lin Feng could finally see what was inside the demonic cauldron. A pitch-black demonic banner floated above the demonic cauldron. It was surrounded by demonic chi and emitted a terrifying aura. This must be the soul-devouring banner that the green-robed elder had mentioned. Screech! Suddenly, a sharp, ear-piercing cry came from the soul-devouring banner. Then, a dense group of evil spirits rushed out of the soul-devouring banner. They were extremely ferocious and all pounced towards Lin Feng. I want to eat your flesh and drink your blood. The dense group of evil spirits drowned Lin Feng. Hearing the howls of the evil spirits from the demonic cauldron, the green-robed elder laughed eerily. Eat, eat, eat his flesh bit by bit, and drink his blood slowly. Under such inhumane torture, he will develop endless resentment. This resentment will merge with his primordial spirit. When he dies, his primordial spirit won't disappear. Instead, it will become an evil spirit like you. Thinking that the soul-devouring banner was about to be completed, the green-robed elder trembled with excitement. Chapter 300. Inside the demonic cauldron, 10,000 ghosts were rushing towards him. The eerie chi made Lin Feng feel cold all over. Am I really going to be devoured by these ghosts? Lin Feng's eyes were gloomy. He naturally didn't want to die like this. Right. Heavenly fire. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He thought of the heavenly fire he had refined. Heavenly fire. It was the most yang fire in the world. It was the most powerful fire in all the worlds. It could restrain all evil ghosts. How could mere ghosts compare to it? Heavenly fire, come out! Shouted Lin Feng in a low voice. He immediately took out the purple earthgore fire. The purple earthgore fire immediately enveloped Lin Feng. When the ghosts tried to bite Lin Feng, they touched the heavenly fire. Sizzle! 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 The ghosts' bodies immediately started burning. Screech! Many evil spirits let out shrill screams. Not long after, these evil spirits burned by the heavenly fire were burned into nothingness. Ha ha! The green-robed old man heard the screams of the ghosts from the demonic cauldron and laughed excitedly. Shouted the green-robed old man. What a powerful little brat. He seems to have injured those evil spirits, but it doesn't matter. Those evil spirits are formed from endless resentment. The more you injure them, the greater their resentment will be. Once the soul-devouring banner is refined, it'll be even more powerful. Inside the demonic cauldron, countless ghosts were frantically trying to avoid Lin Feng. They still had consciousness. When they saw how terrifying Lin Feng's flames were, they didn't dare attack Lin Feng. They were all afraid that they wouldn't be able to escape. Heavenly fire is really powerful. These ghosts are formed from endless resentment. They're very strong and almost indestructible. But when my heavenly fire touches them, they immediately turn to ashes. Lin Feng was excited. After he wrapped his body with the heavenly fire, Lin Feng realized that the temperature inside the demonic cauldron couldn't hurt him anymore. The demonic cauldron's temperature was caused by the earthgore fire. The earthgore fire was one of the three fires: sky, earth, and demon. The earthgore fire was nothing in front of the heavenly fire. With the heavenly fire protecting Lin Feng's body, he naturally wouldn't be affected by the demonic cauldron's temperature. That old devil must think that I'm being devoured by the ghosts. No, I have to scream and deceive him. Lin Feng was lost in thought. Ouch! It hurts. My finger. Don't bite my finger off. Old devil, I curse you to die a horrible death. When the old man heard Lin Feng's horrible shrieks and curses, he didn't get angry. On the contrary, He was even more excited. You? While pretending to scream, Lin Feng looked at the ghosts in the demonic cauldron. The old devil spent a lot of effort to raise these evil spirits. Each of them is a primordial spirit. If I devour these evil spirits, how strong will my soul become? Thought Lin Feng. Thinking about that, Lin Feng looked excited. Boom. He immediately released his devouring spirit and started devouring the ghosts. Dozens of ghosts were surrounded by Lin Feng's devouring spirit. Lin Feng's devouring spirit was going to refine them. Screech. The wraiths let out shrill and terrified cries as they struggled violently. But they couldn't break free from the devouring spirit. You're hurting each other. That's great. The more you hurt each other, the more resentful the ghosts will be. Then the demonic cauldron will be even more powerful. The demonic cauldron's devouring spirit was getting more and more excited. Boom! Dozens of ghosts exploded and turned into pure soul power, which was devoured by Lin Feng. After absorbing the pure soul strength of the evil spirits, Lin Feng realized that his own soul strength had started to increase. Now, Lin Feng's soul power had reached the level of an yin-yang realm cultivator. Lin Feng estimated that it was about the same level as an yin-yang realm cultivator's soul power. Yin-yang realm's 10th level. Every level of heaven, every level of soul power was different. As his cultivation increased, his soul power would naturally become stronger. After devouring dozens of ghosts, Lin Feng felt that his soul power was slowly increasing. Ha ha ha, this feels so good. Lin Feng laughed. He had only devoured dozens of ghosts, but his soul power had increased. There were more than 9,000 ghosts in the demonic cauldron. If he devoured all of them, how strong would his soul power be? Thinking of this, Lin Feng became excited. Hearing Lin Feng's laughter, the demonic cauldron's devouring spirit laughed as well. That's great. This kid is going crazy from being tortured by the ghosts. Continue torturing him and biting him until he goes completely crazy. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was devouring the ghosts in the demonic cauldron. Countless ghosts tried to hide, but the demonic cauldron space was limited. They couldn't escape at all. Lin Feng's soul power increased rapidly. He went from the first level of the yin-yang realm to the second level of the yin-yang realm, and then to the third level of the yin-yang realm. The ghosts rushed towards the demonic cauldron, trying to hide in the demonic cauldron and escape this disaster. Refine. Lin Feng used his devouring martial spirit to envelop the demonic cauldron. It was useless for the ghosts to hide in the demonic cauldron. They couldn't escape at all. Under the devouring martial spirit's devouring, the ghosts were all refined. Spare us. Some of the stronger ghosts had complete spiritual senses and begged Lin Feng for mercy. If I let you ghosts out, won't you bring disaster to the world? How can I spare you? Lin Feng sneered and slapped the ghosts. The ghosts exploded and were all devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul power increased again. In the end, all the ghosts were devoured by Lin Feng. Lin Feng's soul power went from the first level of the yin-yang realm to the 5th level of the yin-yang realm. Waves of powerful soul power emanated from the demonic cauldron. Haha, is it going to succeed? There's no sound. Such powerful soul power. The demonic cauldron is finally going to be completed. 800 years. I used 800 years to refine 10,000 ghosts. Finally, the demonic cauldron is going to be completed. The green-robed elder slapped the demonic cauldron, and the cauldron lid shot into the sky. Demonic cauldron, come out. The demonic cauldron's lid looked inside. Swoosh! A figure flew out as fast as lightning. Sort of souls. A deep voice resounded in the cave. Ah! The demonic cauldron screamed in agony as his body flew out. Chapter 301. Lin Feng's soul power had reached the Yin-Yang realm fifth firmament. This was an extremely terrifying soul power. Lin Feng had also cultivated the soul sword, a secret soul technique. With his soul power at the Yin-Yang realm fifth firmament, he could definitely injure the green-robed elder if he used the secret soul technique. Just as expected, the green-robed elder didn't expect Lin Feng to still be alive. He thought that Lin Feng had been devoured by the 10,000 ghosts, and only evil ghosts were left. Then, the 10,000 ghosts would gather, and the soul-devouring Gonfalon would be refined successfully. Who would have thought that Lin Feng would be fine? Moreover, he had devoured the 10,000 ghosts, and his soul power had greatly increased. Moreover, he had ambushed the green-robed elder when he opened the demonic cauldron and severely injured him. Sky Tyrant Lightning Incantation. Lin Feng roared. He gathered the power of lightning and attacked the green-robed elder. At this moment, the green-robed elder's soul was severely injured. This was the best time to kill him. If he missed this opportunity, it wouldn't be easy to kill him again. Dense amounts of lightning gathered. The ball of lightning condensed in Lin Feng's hand. It contained destructive power. Lin Feng held the ball of lightning in his hand and immediately threw it towards the old man. Bang! This attack landed heavily on the green-robed elder. However, what shocked Lin Feng was that when his attack landed, the green-robed elder's body emitted a terrifying power. That strength surrounded the old man's body, and in a flash, Lin Feng's attack was dispersed by the mysterious strength released by the old man's body. As for Lin Feng, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. His body flew back and slammed into the stone wall. A large portion of the stone wall collapsed. Soul secret technique. You actually used a soul secret technique to injure my soul origin. Where's my soul-devouring Gonfalon? Where's my soul-devouring Gonfalon? The green-robed old man felt a little better at this moment. He roared angrily and rushed towards Lin Feng. The green-robed old man raised his right hand and sent a palm strike towards Lin Feng. That terrifying strength made Lin Feng feel like he was suffocating. Although the green-robed elder's soul had been severely injured and his strength had decreased sharply, a yin-yang cultivator was still a yin-yang cultivator. Existences at this level possessed unfathomable power, and existence at this level was so powerful that it was hard to believe, sort of the soul. When the green-robed old man attacked, Lin Feng once again used the soul sword to attack the green-robed old man's soul a second time. But this time, Lin Feng failed. The green-robed old man's body was covered with a strange power that blocked Lin Feng's attack. That power was the one that had sent Lin Feng flying. Its magical power. Lin Feng instantly thought of a certain terrifying ability of yin-yang realm experts. When one cultivated to the yin-yang realm, their true qi would transform into magical power. Cultivators below the yin-yang realm couldn't fly by relying on their own strength, but if they had magical power, it was said that they could soar into the heavens and descend into the netherworld. There was nothing they couldn't do. Magical power. It allowed yin-yang realm cultivators to obtain many inconceivable abilities. This was the reason why yin-yang realm cultivators were so powerful. It was because they had magical power. With magical power, Fan Tao broke away from being a martial artist. He began to pursue immortality. A martial king expert only had a lifespan of 200 years, but a yin-yang realm cultivator with magical power would have a lifespan of at least 1,000 years. As their cultivation increased, their lifespan would also increase. Some old monsters could even live for 10,000 years. What covered the green-robed old man was powerful magical power. Therefore, Lin Feng's attack couldn't injure the green-robed old man at all. An existence at this level was too terrifying. The reason why Lin Feng was able to injure the black-robed old man with his first attack was because the black-robed old man was caught off guard. Just as the black-robed old man's attack was about to kill Lin Feng, a green light flew out of Lin Feng's dantian. Bronze. It was the mysterious bronze. Lin Feng took out this powerful treasure. The green-robed old man was only 3 or 4 meters away from Lin Feng. At this distance, it was very difficult for him to dodge. "What is that?" the green-robed old man sneered. He didn't think much of the bronze fragment. He raised his right hand and sent a palm strike at the bronze fragment. But the bronze fragment was too powerful. With a puchi, it pierced through the green-robed old man's palm and then through his chest. The green-robed old man was sent flying. A bloody hole had appeared in his chest, and blood was gushing out. Good chance. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and soared into the sky, attacking the green-robed old man. But he felt his body go weak. With his current strength, activating the bronze fragment had consumed almost all of the energy in his body. Although the bronze fragment was powerful, it consumed too much energy. But Lin Feng knew that he had to hold on. The bronze fragment flew into Lin Feng's dantian and hid. Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. He held it in his hand and spread his golden wings. He quickly charged at the black-robed old man and slashed at him. "Little bastard, I'm going to kill you," the black-robed old man roared furiously. He was an yin-yang realm cultivator, but he had been seriously injured by a general realm ant. The black-robed old man was about to go crazy from anger. He roared and raised his left hand to slap Lin Feng. His palm was surrounded by powerful magic power. A yin-yang realm cultivator's magic power was very terrifying. Ordinary magic treasures couldn't break through it, but Lin Feng's black dragon sword was too powerful. It was a treasured sword in the Divine Sword Manual, so it was naturally tyrannical. When the sword slashed down, Lin Feng cut off the green-robed old man's arm. "Ah, my arm!" The green-robed old man let out an incomparably mournful scream. He swept his right hand through the air, and powerful magic power surged out. The green-robed old man's magic power ruthlessly slammed into Lin Feng's body. Lin Feng was sent flying, and his body crashed into the cave. He flew dozens of meters away. A yin-yang realm cultivator's attack could even kill a martial king, let alone a general realm cultivator. But Lin Feng's physical body was too strong. Although he had suffered a heavy blow, his life wasn't in danger. He quickly got up, used his golden wings, and soared into the sky, fleeing into the distance. "Ah, little bastard, where are you going?" The green-robed old man roared furiously. He wanted to get up and chase after Lin Feng, but he tore open his wound. He immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Chapter 3:02. In a secluded cave, Lin Feng was lying on the ground, gasping for breath. He had never thought that he would be able to escape from the green-robed elder and even severely injure the old devil. It was truly unbelievable. If it weren't for the fact that he had several treasures that caught the green-robed elder off guard, and that the green-robed elder didn't think much of him, he would have been careless and almost killed. Lin Feng felt very tired. Soon, he closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Feng didn't know how much time had passed. It was getting dark outside, and Lin Feng finally woke up. His face was still pale. The black-robed elder's attack had landed on Lin Feng's body, almost causing his internal organs to shift. If his physical body wasn't strong enough, the black-robed elder's attack would have taken his life. Lin Feng sat cross-legged and circulated the primordial dragonesque elephant art to heal his injuries. Waves of primordial dragonesque elephant's power flowed through his limbs and bones. Lin Feng felt his injured body recovering bit by bit. 6 hours later, Lin Feng opened his eyes and let out a long breath. His injuries had finally healed. At this moment, the sky outside was already bright. Lin Feng rushed out of the cave and continued to search for the whereabouts of the bluestone martial talisman in the Fire Dragon Ridge. That afternoon, more than 10 cultivators rushed over from afar. These cultivators were all pale, their clothes were tattered, and they were in a sorry state. When a cultivator saw Lin Feng walking towards the depths of the forest, he reminded him, "Little brother, don't go in. There's a demon inside." Demon? Lin Feng was shocked. The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "It's a little demon that deserves to be stabbed 1,000 times. Let's go quickly. If that little demon appears, who knows what terrifying things will happen." The cultivator's companion reminded him. The cultivators quickly left. "Little demon? What's that?" Lin Feng muttered. He changed direction and continued walking deeper into the forest. The next day, when Lin Feng was passing through a forest, he saw more than 10 cultivators being stopped. She was a charming girl with a graceful figure. She wore a long dress that perfectly displayed her figure. However, her face was covered with a veil. Her watery eyes sparkled from time to time. Clearly, this girl was not as innocent as she appeared to be. "I opened this road, and I planted these trees. If you want to pass, you have to pay the toll." The young girl snorted. "Ha! Where did this little girl come from? How dare you block our path? Nice figure. Brothers, why don't we have some fun? Since he delivered himself to my doorstep, let's just enjoy it." The group of people looked at the young girl and laughed lewdly. Clearly, in this vast ancient forest, the evil thoughts in many people's hearts were infinitely magnified, because in this place, even if they did something outrageous, they could still hide it. Now, facing a young girl who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, the evil thoughts in these people's hearts were stimulated. "Humph!" The young girl snorted arrogantly and said, "Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. Blackie, come out." As soon as the young girl finished speaking, rumbling sounds could be heard. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Following that, from the depths of the valley not far away, a huge creature rushed out. It was a pitch-black giant dog that was 1,000 meters tall. Most importantly, this giant dog had 3 ferocious heads. Moreover, this giant dog emitted a sinister and terrifying aura, as if it was the aura of hell. 3-headed hellhound. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. The classic of mountains and seas had an introduction to the hellhound. Rumor had it that this was the guardian beast of the netherworld. The hellhound's bloodline was not comparable to a Cheelance, a true dragon, a phoenix. Such a divine beast's bloodline was weak. However, the hellhound had always been a legendary existence and had never appeared in the world. Why would there be a hellhound here? Lin Feng sensed the aura of the hellhound and soon found something wrong. The hellhound's aura was not particularly strong. Lin Feng estimated that its strength should be at the martial king realm. Rumor had it that the hellhound was comparable to a top divine beast. It definitely did not have such strength. Could it be that it only had the bloodline of the hellhound? Or could it be that this hellhound was still in its infancy? Although the hellhound's body was large enough, Lin Feng had heard from the Fire Cheelan that some powerful beasts knew how to transform into a huge monster to intimidate others. 3-headed hellhound. Run! The dozen or so cultivators were so scared that their faces turned pale. They turned around and ran. Blackie beat them up. The young girl snorted. Roar. The hellhound let out a low roar, waved its huge claws, and slapped at the dozen or so cultivators. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent collisions were heard. Wretched cries rang out as one cultivator after another was sent flying by the hellhound's attacks. Wah! Many people vomited blood and fell to the ground, screaming. How dare you speak rudely to this great ant? You all deserve to die. The young girl snorted. Spare us. Great ant, please spare us. We have eyes but did not recognize Mount Tai. Please let us go. The group of cultivators knelt on the ground and kowtowed in apology. Among them, there was even a Martial King Realm cultivator who was scared half to death by the hellhound. He kowtowed even more fiercely than the Martial General Realm cultivators because he was the one who had said that he wanted to be happy. Now, he was afraid that the hellhound would slap him to death. A bunch of trash. We haven't even fought yet, and you're already so scared. The young girl snorted, then said, Hurry up and hand over your treasures and scram. The dozen or so people hurriedly took off their storage rings and handed them to the young girl. Although their hearts ached, it was better than losing their lives, right? The dozen or so people rolled and crawled away from this place. Hee, I've made a fortune again. Blackie, here's your reward. The young girl took out a piece of meat surrounded by a golden light and threw it to the hellhound. Roar. The golden light emitted a dragon's roar, and a golden figure could be vaguely seen. A golden flood dragon. Good heavens, this is flood dragon meat. The weakest flood dragon is said to be a martial king. A palm-sized piece of flood dragon meat is said to cost more than 1 billion gold coins. Such a large piece of flood dragon meat would probably cost billions of gold coins. Lin Feng clicked his tongue. The golden flood dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws at the hellhound. The hellhound roared, opened its bloody mouth, and swallowed the flood dragon meat. Chapter 303. This girl must be the little demon that the cultivators I met before were talking about. Lin Feng was speechless. How could such a delicate and lovely girl commit such a thing as robbery in the Fire Dragon Ridge? However, as long as they didn't provoke an Yin-Yang realm expert, no one could do anything to them. After eating the flood dragon meat, the Cerberus seemed very satisfied. Let's go somewhere else. The girl snapped her fingers. The Cerberus quickly shrank until it was 3 meters long and 2 meters tall. The girl rode on the Cerberus, and the Cerberus quickly rushed into the distance. This Cerberus really knows how to transform. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. The ability displayed by the Cerberus was truly shocking and shocking. Lin Feng felt that the Cerberus might really be in its infancy, which was why its strength hadn't increased. It was a pity that the Fire Qilin wasn't by his side. If it was, it would be able to see through the Cerberus. Lin Feng didn't stop and continued to rush into the forest. In the next few days, Lin Feng walked through more than half of the Fire Dragon Ridge, but he didn't find the second Bluestone Talisman. This made Lin Feng a little discouraged. However, there was still a large area of forest that he hadn't searched. When the time came, he would take a look and see if he could find anything. One afternoon, Lin Feng went to a small stream to get some water to drink. Beside the stream, there was a beautiful girl with an exquisite figure resting here. There was also a palm-sized Cerberus by her side. After seeing Lin Feng, the girl revealed a devilish smile and said, "Boy, it's a robbery. Hand over the storage ring on your hand." As the girl spoke, she looked at the storage ring on Lin Feng's hand, and her eyes shone brightly. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Surprisingly, it was that young woman. He had seen her rob a dozen cultivators before. She also had a 3-headed hellhound. The hellhound had shrunk back to its original size, but it still looked ferocious and terrifying. Did you rob the wrong person? Think as far as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind letting you have a taste of my dragon claws. Lin Feng reached out and grabbed at the air. His eyes were fixed on the bulge in front of the girl's chest. This young girl didn't seem to be very old, but her pair of protruding breasts were quite impressive. What a type of beauty! Bastard, where are you looking? Do you believe that I won't gouge your eyeballs out? The young girl used her hands to protect her chest. She naturally knew how alluring her pair of huge peaks were. Cough, cough. Lin Feng coughed and said, "If you know you're scared, then hurry up and leave. This is the wilderness. Who knows what I might do to you?" "Big Black, beat him up," the young girl shouted angrily. Roar. The miniature Cerberus at the girl's feet let out a low growl. Then the Cerberus body began to grow. In the blink of an eye, it was 1,000 meters tall. It glared at Lin Feng fiercely, its 3 heads swaying fiercely. The young girl looked at Lin Feng proudly and said, "Do you see, Big Black? 1 claw is enough to smash you into pieces. Hurry up and chop off your own claws so that I can vent my anger. Otherwise, I'll let Big Black smash you into meat paste." Whoosh! Lin Feng moved. In an instant, he crossed dozens of meters and rushed toward the young girl. "Ah, what speed! Big Black, beat him up!" the young girl exclaimed. The Cerberus roar shook the sky. It waved its huge claws and slapped at Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly dodged Big Black's claw and rushed toward the young girl. At that moment, the jade bracelet in the young girl's hand suddenly emitted a shocking fluctuation. It was obviously a treasure. The young girl quickly rose into the air and floated in midair. "Humph, let's see if you can still touch me," the young girl shouted proudly. Lin Feng missed. The hellhound raised its claws and attacked Lin Feng again. The Cerberus attack was very powerful. Lin Feng didn't want to meet it head-on. He quickly retreated, dodging the Cerberus attack. Bang! The Cerberus claw destroyed a large part of the forest. Lin Feng flew a few hundred meters away and stood on top of a low mountain. The young girl snorted. "I didn't expect you to be so capable. However, you're unlucky to have met me today. When the Cerberus catches you, I'll teach you a lesson." The young girl put her hands on her waist and said coldly, "It just so happens that I need a maid to warm my bed. I like girls like you the most. You're young, but you're well-developed. Your body is soft. When the time comes, I'll definitely enjoy myself to the fullest." Lin Feng said. The young girl gnashed her teeth in anger. "Bastard, you pervert. I'll castrate you and send you to the palace to be a eunuch. He he he." The young girl suddenly laughed and clapped her hands. "I'm such a genius. Big Black, hurry up and catch this pervert. I'm going to castrate him." Lin Feng's face darkened. This young girl was quite fierce. Roar! The Cerberus let out a low roar and leaped toward Lin Feng. Its huge claws swiped at Lin Feng. Whoosh! Lin Feng stomped his right foot on the ground, and his body shot several hundred meters away. The young girl was shocked because Lin Feng was too fast. The 3-headed hellhound missed its target once again, and it immediately roared in anger. After several attacks, it was unable to touch Lin Feng. The Cerberus was furious, and its 3 ferocious heads shook. Waves of terrifying fluctuations were emitted from the Cerberus body. Suddenly, the Cerberus opened its bloody mouth. A ball of flame condensed in each of the Cerberus' 3 heads. Hell Demon Flame. Lin Feng was shocked. This was the #1 demon flame. Billions of demon flames. The Cerberus demon flame was the #1 demon flame. It was on par with the fire Qilin, phoenix, and other divine beasts' demon flames. As for the 3 balls of flame that were condensed from the hellhound's bloody mouth, they were condensed from hellfire. Boom, Boom, boom. The three balls of flame all flew toward Lin Feng, who was still in the air. The young girl laughed. Let's see how you dodge Big Black's innate divine ability. The three balls of hell bestial fire were about to crash onto Lin Feng's body. Right at this moment, a pair of golden energy wings appeared on Lin Feng's back. Lin Feng summoned his golden wings. With a flap of his wings, he soared into the sky like a bolt of golden lightning. The three balls of flame that the Cerberus condensed from hell demon flames collided in the air and exploded. A large area of the forest was instantly destroyed. Chapter 304. You know how to fly. Seeing that Lin Feng knew how to fly, the girl's expression changed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure. Swoosh! Lin Feng rushed towards the girl, saying, "Today I'm going to destroy you. I'm afraid you don't have that ability." The girl snorted coldly. Following that, a golden treasure flew out with a flash of light. It was a pair of golden scissors, and it emitted shocking energy waves. "When I catch you, I'll use my dragon scissors to chop you into pieces." The girl's lips curled into a devilish smile, and her large eyes looked at Lin Feng's lower body. Lin Feng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. The dragon scissors were an amazing treasure, and it was a peak-level spirit treasure. Such a treasure could not be bought with money. One could only barter for it. One had to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy a treasure like the dragon scissors. Now, the treasure streaked across the sky towards Lin Feng. Swoosh! With a flash of light, Lin Feng took out the black dragon sword. With the black dragon sword in hand, he slashed at the girl's scissors. Clang! With a resounding clash, the scissors were sent flying by Lin Feng's black dragon sword. The girl said, angrily, "What kind of broken sword is that? How could it send my dragon scissors flying?" "Of course, it's a peerless treasure sword," Lin Feng said proudly. "The black dragon sword could not kill people from a distance like other treasures. However, the materials used to forge it were too precious. The black dragon sword was indestructible. Powerful treasures, right? If my black dragon sword slashes it a few times, it will still be destroyed." This was the terrifying aspect of the black dragon sword. After Lin Feng's attack sent the scissors flying, the scissors lost a lot of their spirituality. The girl gnashed her teeth in anger and shouted, "You bastard!" Lin Feng was speechless. "You used the dragon scissors to attack me, but I'm not allowed to fight back? I'll castrate you, you bastard!" The girl shouted angrily. Groan. Then a dragon's roar was heard. The flood dragon scissors' golden light soared into the sky. Within the golden light, a flood dragon with bared fangs and brandished claws condensed. The flood dragon charged straight at Lin Feng. The flood dragon scissors was a pinnacle spirit artifact, so it naturally had its own artifact spirit. Now that the artifact spirit had awakened, its power had increased greatly. "You're still far from it," Lin Feng coldly snorted. He wasn't afraid of a magic treasure of this level. He quickly rushed over and slashed out with his sword. Within the black dragon sword, an endless amount of black gas was emitted. Within the black gas, a black dragon was formed. The black dragon roared, causing the flood dragon to tremble in fear. The flood dragon was actually not a true dragon. The flood dragon looked like a dragon. To be more precise, it should be called a flood dragon. A demonic snake that had cultivated its Tao would become more and more powerful with the passage of time. Thus, there was the story of a 1,000-year dragon and a 10,000-year dragon. The flood dragon was a grade lower than the dragon, so its strength was naturally much weaker. Therefore, when the flood dragon scissors artifact spirit saw the black dragon sword's artifact spirit, it was scared to such an extent. Lin Feng viciously slashed down with his sword. The flood dragon scissors were sent flying dozens of meters away. Whoosh! Then the golden wings flapped. Lin Feng turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed towards the girl. The girl's expression changed. She wanted to run away, but it was already too late. Lin Feng instantly rushed to the girl's side and lightly tapped her body. Immediately, the girl's condensed true qi dissipated. Then, Lin Feng hugged the girl's small waist. At such a close distance, he smelled a tempting virgin fragrance from the girl's body. "Ah, you bastard, let go of me." The girl struggled violently. Roar! The Cerberus let out a low growl and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It seemed like it wanted to pounce on him, but now that the girl was in Lin Feng's hands, it didn't dare act rashly. "Little girl, you didn't expect to fall into my hands, did you?" Lin Feng looked at the girl in his arms with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. "If you don't let go of me, I'll make you regret ever being born," the girl said fiercely. Lin Feng smiled and said, "The one thing I'm least afraid of is threats. Let me see what you look like first." With that, Lin Feng tore off the girl's veil. In an instant, a delicate and beautiful face was revealed. It was a face that was about the size of a palm. Her facial features were exquisite, as if she was a masterpiece created by the heavens. Her large, watery eyes made her look very pitiful. Any man who saw this beautiful face would definitely feel pity for her. However, Lin Feng knew that under such a perfect face was a two-faced person. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beauty before? Let go of me, you pervert!" The girl gnashed her teeth and shouted, "You're in my hands, and you still dare to speak rudely? You're asking for a beating." Lin Feng groaned coldly and jumped down. He sat down on a stone and put the girl on his lap. Her round and supple buttocks were facing him. "What are you trying to do?" The girl looked at Lin Feng in horror. Roar! The Cerberus also roared and glared at Lin Feng fiercely. It looked like it was about to pounce on him. "Hurry up and turn small. Otherwise I'll first rape and kill your master," Lin Feng said to the Cerberus. The Cerberus was extremely intelligent. When it heard Lin Feng's threat, it didn't want to give up, but in the end, it obediently shrank back to the size of a hand. It became a mini version of the Cerberus. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction and said, "That's right. It's too scary to look so big." The girl bared her fangs and brandished her claws. "You know who I am? I'll scare you to death if I tell you. Hurry up and let me go. I know you're my prisoner." Lin Feng snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and slapped the girl's butt. Slap! A loud slap was heard. The girl's butt trembled slightly from Lin Feng's slap. This feeling! Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. How could such a private place be touched by a man? The girl blushed and reached out to scratch Lin Feng. However, Lin Feng grabbed her hand with his other hand. "You're still not obedient. Looks like you haven't been beaten enough." Lin Feng snorted coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped her again. Slap! A loud slap was heard again. Lin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This feeling was really good. "Bastard! Bastard! I'm going to kill you!" The girl screamed. Slap! 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 Lin Feng slapped her 3 times in a row. Woo-woo! The girl's eyes suddenly became misty. She cried out in grievance, "You're a bully!" Lin Feng said, "You were the one who wanted to deal with me first. Now you're blaming me." "Yes, you're a bully," the girl said with tears in her eyes. In the world, only women and villains were difficult to deal with. Of course, it was impossible to reason with a woman. Looking at the girl's tear-stained face, she looked even more pitiful. Lin Feng was just joking with the girl. He wanted to let her go, but at that moment, A gloomy voice said, "What a perfect match! But today, you're doomed to become a pair of miserable lovebirds." A one-armed demon wearing a green robe appeared out of nowhere. In a flash, he appeared in front of Lin Feng and the girl. He threw a punch at them. It was the green-robed old man whose arm had been cut off by Lin Feng. The old man had silently snuck over and launched a sneak attack on Lin Feng and the girl. His terrifying attack enveloped the two of them, and they had no time to dodge. "They're dead." Lin Feng and the young woman's faces turned deathly pale. Under the attack of the old man in the green robe, they had the feeling that they were going to die. They had the feeling that they were going to die. Chapter 305. A Yin-Yang Realm Expert. Even if he had been severely injured not long ago and his strength had dropped sharply, if he wanted to kill someone with a sneak attack, even a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator could die. Not to mention Lin Feng and the girl. The two of them were only martial generals. The difference between them and the green-robed ancestor was too great. After recovering slightly from his injuries, the green-robed ancestor came out to search for Lin Feng's whereabouts. After finding him, he had been looking for a rare opportunity. Now, the old devil had found this opportunity. The old devil had a sinister expression. His eyes were filled with dense killing intent. When he attacked, he intended to kill Lin Feng and the girl. Danger! The situation was extremely dangerous. Roar! At that moment, a black figure appeared. The Cerberus turned into a 3-meter-long and 2-meter-tall form. This form of the Cerberus was extremely fast. Dogs had an extremely sharp sense of smell. Moreover, the Cerberus was an existence comparable to true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other divine beasts. Therefore, when the green-robed ancestor appeared, the Cerberus pounced. The Cerberus opened its bloody mouth and bit at the green-robed ancestor. This guy was really loyal to his master. What? It's actually a Cerberus? The old devil was shocked. The Cerberus had turned into a miniature, palm-sized one, so the green-robed ancestor didn't notice it. Now that the Cerberus had grown bigger, he recognized it at a glance. "You're courting death." The green-robed ancestor shouted coldly. The palm that was originally aimed at Lin Feng, and the girl was aimed at the Cerberus. There was nothing he could do about it. If he insisted on killing Lin Feng and the girl, the Cerberus would definitely pounce over with its speed. Even a Yin-Yang Realm cultivator would be bitten to death by such a ferocious demon beast. A loud bang was heard. The old devil's attack landed fiercely on the Cerberus body. The Cerberus was sent flying. A bloody line was left in the air. The Cerberus slammed into a mountain peak. Unable to withstand such a powerful impact, the mountain collapsed, burying the Cerberus within. Whoosh! Seizing this opportunity, Lin Feng quickly flew into the air with the girl to put some distance between them and the old devil. "Big Black, don't die!" The young girl cried sadly, looking very helpless. This 3-headed hellhound was obviously not just a simple pet of the girl. It could be said that they were family. They were playmates. They were friends. Now that the Cerberus had been struck by a Yin-Yang Realm expert, it was indeed possible for it to be killed in one strike. Roar! At this moment, a weak voice came from the ruins. "He's not dead. Big Black is not dead. Hurry up and save him." The girl grabbed Lin Feng's arm tightly with both hands. "Hold me tight," Lin Feng said in a low voice. The young girl hurriedly nodded and hugged Lin Feng tightly. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and pushed their speed to the limit. Like a bolt of golden lightning, he rushed to the ruins in an instant. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind swept up, and rocks flew into the air. The injured Cerberus appeared in his line of sight. Now, the Cerberus was only the size of a palm and had turned back into a miniature Cerberus. However, there was a lot of blood on its body. It was clearly injured by the old devil's attack. Lin Feng quickly caught the Cerberus and handed it to the girl. "Big Black, you're fine." "That's great." The girl hugged the Cerberus in her arms. "Roar." The Cerberus let out a weak cry. This should be the true form of the Cerberus. Some powerful ferocious beasts or ferocious beasts with extremely powerful bloodlines could transform. However, once they were injured, the energy in their bodies could no longer support their transformation. At this time, they would return to their original size. This Cerberus was indeed a cub. It was worthy of being a race comparable to true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, and other divine beasts. Such a cub was already so powerful and knew how to transform. As it continued to grow, the Cerberus would awaken more and more powerful abilities. Lin Feng didn't dare to stay and quickly fled into the distance. The old devil was an yin-yang realm powerhouse. An existence of this level was not something he could fight against. If he could win, he would fight. If he couldn't win, he would run. This was Lin Feng's principle. "Boy, you can't run away." The green-robed elder said fiercely and quickly chased after him. Originally, the green-robed elder knew the imprisonment spell, but now that he was severely injured, he couldn't use it to imprison Lin Feng. He could only chase after him. "Old turtle, just you wait. When I become stronger, I'll skin you alive," said Lin Feng ferociously. "Little dog, you want to die? You want to die? I'm going to kill you with 1,000 cuts. Do you know that? I'm going to cut off your flesh piece by piece until you die. I'm going to make you taste endless pain before you die. That's the only way to vent my anger," roared the old devil furiously. He was about to lose his mind. The soul-devouring banner, which he had spent so much time and effort to refine for 800 years, had been destroyed by Lin Feng. Tens of thousands of evil spirits had been devoured by Lin Feng. That was the first thing he hated. One of his arms had been cut off. He had also been severely injured. That was the second thing he hated. There were two things he hated. That was enough to make the old devil want to cut Lin Feng into 10,000 pieces. "Old turtle, you're daydreaming. I'll live a carefree life, and then I'll take your life." Lin Feng replied with a sneer. He wasn't afraid of anyone when it came to a war of words. The green-robed elder was so angry that he jumped up and down. He didn't say anything else and quickly chased after him. Lin Feng and the young woman were running at full speed. However, no matter what, he couldn't shake off the green-robed elder. Moreover, as time passed, Lin Feng's disadvantage began to show. After all, Lin Feng was only a cultivator at the martial general realm. On the other hand, the old devil was an yin-yang realm expert. Lin Feng's savings couldn't be compared to a yin-yang realm expert. After 6 hours, he still couldn't shake off the green-robed elder. The distance between the two was getting closer and closer, and it was less than 20 meters. The old devil could catch up to him at any time. "What should we do? He's about to catch up. Why don't we fight him?" the girl said while biting her lips. Lin Feng smiled bitterly and said, "That'll be suicide." He flew madly into the depths of the forest. A dilapidated temple appeared in front of him. It was probably the mountain god temple or some other temple in the past. It emitted a gloomy aura, and it was terrifyingly quiet. It seemed that no one had been here for many years. Lin Feng rushed forward. At that moment, a boundless blood-red light appeared above the temple. A towering demon god appeared within the blood-red light. The demon god's blood-red hair danced in the wind. The demon god roared at the sky, causing the mountains to tremble. "Heavens, a demon god! What do we do?" the girl said with a pale face. The old devil was hot on their heels, so they couldn't change directions. "Charge!" Lin Feng gritted his teeth and rushed towards the demon god. Boom! When Lin Feng and the girl reached the demon god's side, Lin Feng felt as if time had reversed, and he and the girl had disappeared without a trace. Damn it, where did they go? The old devil's expression was extremely gloomy. He also rushed towards the demon god, thinking that he would disappear like Lin Feng and the girl. But who would have thought that the demon god with blood-red hair would roar and punch at the old devil? Shocked, the old devil punched at the devil. There was a loud bang as the two sides fiercely collided. The black-robed elder was sent flying and coughed up blood in midair. As for the demon god with blood-red hair, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 306. What's this place? The girl looked around in confusion. It was a world filled with fog, and visibility was very low. She couldn't tell where they were. Lin Feng said, "This is probably a mysterious space, right?" He had heard from the Fire Qilin that some peerless experts were able to create mysterious spaces that were connected to this world. If one could find a spatial node, they would be able to enter these spaces. Earlier, he had seen the fiend god with blood-red hair suddenly appear, and now they were in such a strange place. Lin Feng suspected that they had entered one of the mysterious spaces the Fire Qilin had mentioned. The girl said gloomily, "Then we're in trouble. I heard that once you enter a mysterious space, it's very difficult to leave. We won't be trapped here, right?" "Don't worry. Since we can enter, we can definitely leave," Lin Feng said. Hearing Lin Feng's words of comfort, the girl calmed down slightly. She wrinkled her nose and asked, "What's your name?" "Lin Feng, what about you?" "Long Yushi. Your dog seems to be injured quite badly." Lin Feng glanced at the weak-looking Cerberus. It had been so fierce before. Now, it looked like it was half dead. However, the Cerberus was very loyal. For its master, it had risked its life to attack the old devil. Long Yushi sighed and said, "Ordinary spirit medicines won't be able to heal Big Black. We can only rely on Big Black to slowly recover." She reached out and gently stroked the Cerberus, full of tenderness. "Roar!" The Cerberus raised its head and gently rubbed its head against Long Yushi's hand. "Let's go in and take a look," Lin Feng said. Long Yushi nodded and went in with Lin Feng. However, due to the low visibility, they could only feel their way forward. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. Lin Feng looked down and saw that it was a corpse that had been crushed by his foot. Lin Feng squatted down and examined the corpse. The corpse had been dead for too long and had already decayed. Long Yushi said, "It seems that other than us, there were others who mistakenly entered this place, but they died here in the end." Lin Feng nodded and said, "A place like this will definitely attract many people. I even suspect that there might be other opportunities here." Lin Feng thought of the fiend god with 3,000 feet of blood-red hair. Why did he suddenly appear? Was it a phantom? Were they guarding this place? Lin Feng and Long Yushi carefully walked towards the depths. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind swept over. That cold wind made Lin Feng and Long Yushi involuntarily shudder. Roar! The Cerberus that was originally lying in Long Yushi's arms suddenly raised its head and let out a series of low growls. Its eyes cautiously looked around. Long Yushi looked at the Cerberus and asked, "Big Black, what's wrong?" Lin Feng also looked at the Cerberus. This Cerberus was extremely sensitive to auras. Now that such an abnormal situation had occurred, it was likely that something unknown was about to happen. "Be careful," Lin Feng warned. He took out the black dragon sword and held it in his hand. His expression was grave as he observed the situation around him. Swoosh! Suddenly, a cold light came from behind at an extremely fast speed. That cold light directly slashed towards Long Yushi. Lin Feng reacted quickly and turned around to slash with his sword. Clang! A loud sound rang out. Lin Feng's attack fiercely collided with the cold light, and at that moment, Lin Feng clearly saw what it was. It was actually a skeleton that held a rusty saber in its hand. A skeleton! Lin Feng felt his hair stand on end. This was too strange. How could a skeleton be alive? It was an inanimate object. However, all of this was happening right before his eyes. The skeleton's neck turned slightly, and a cracking sound could be heard. 2 clusters of green light flickered in the skeleton's eye sockets, like 2 ghostly flames. It was extremely horrifying. This is an undead. It's an undead creature. Long Yushi said with a pale face. Swoosh! The skeleton attacked again. This time, it locked onto Lin Feng and pounced towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng's expression was indifferent. He held the black dragon sword with both hands and circulated the archaic dragon-esque elephant art. A powerful force continuously poured into the black dragon sword. Wung! The black dragon sword shot out a 2-meter-long sword ray. Lin Feng swung his sword down. Clang! A loud sound rang out as the 2 sides fiercely collided again. This time, the rusty saber in the skeleton's hand was broken by Lin Feng's sword. Lin Feng's attack landed on the skeleton's body. The skeleton was sent flying and fell to the ground. Its bones scattered all over the ground. Lin Feng let out a sigh of relief. However, something that made one's hair stand on end happened. The scattered skeletons on the ground actually reformed again. Kacha! Kacha! Soon, the skeletons were perfectly reassembled. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Long Yushi's faces turned ugly. Run! Lin Feng shouted. This skeleton couldn't be killed. It was an undead creature. Lin Feng and Long Yushi ran towards the depths of the forest. Whoosh! In the fog, a cold light surged. Another skeleton rushed over from the left, waving its broken sword towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng sent the skeleton flying with a slash. On the right, a skeleton wielded a blood axe and charged towards Long Yushi. Long Yushi took out the flood dragon scissors and sent the skeleton flying. On both sides, skeletons constantly attacked Lin Feng and Long Yushi, but they were all repelled by them. Behind them, more and more skeletons appeared. There were at least hundreds of them. Crack! Crack! In front of them, more than a dozen skeletons appeared, blocking Lin Feng and Long Yushi's path. Both of their faces became extremely ugly. There was an obstruction in front and pursuers behind. This seemed to be a situation of certain death. Kill! Facing this dangerous situation, Lin Feng used the Sky Tyrant Thunder art. Bolts of lightning bombarded the skeletons in front of them. Bang! 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 The lightning sent 6 or 7 skeletons flying, but there were still 6 or 7 skeletons pouncing towards them. We have to rush over. If we're surrounded, we're dead. Lin Feng roared. Holding the black dragon sword, he quickly rushed towards the skeletons in front of him. Long Yushi gritted her teeth and also rushed over. The 2 of them immediately fought with the 6 or 7 skeletons. A skeleton silently appeared behind Long Yushi and stabbed its sword at Long Yushi. Dodge! Lin Feng shouted and quickly rushed over, pushing Long Yushi away. Puff! The skeleton's sword directly pierced through Lin Feng's shoulder, causing blood to flow out. Lin Feng swung his sword and chopped off the skeleton's head. Chapter 307. You're injured. Long Yushi looked at Lin Feng with a complicated expression. She never thought that Lin Feng would save her. Was this guy still that perverted hooligan from before? I'm fine. Let's hurry up and leave. If these skeletons catch up to us, we'll be in trouble. Lin Feng said. Long Yushi hurriedly nodded. She and Lin Feng did not dare to stay here any longer. They turned around and fled into the distance. Behind them, there were already hundreds of skeletons. These skeletons were not slow at all. They quickly chased after them. A gloomy aura swept over, causing Lin Feng and Long Yushi to feel that this gloomy aura seemed to have fused into their bones. Their movements seemed to have slowed down a lot. What should we do? We can't keep running like this, right? Sooner or later, we'll be caught. Long Yushi said with a pale face, "The most important thing now is to find a place to hide. If we can't find a place to hide, we have to find a terrain that is advantageous to us. As long as we guard this place, these skeletons won't be able to come in." Lin Feng said. However, how could such a place be found just because they wanted to? Whether it was Long Yushi or Lin Feng, they were very clear on this point. However, in order to survive, they had to work hard to find it. They could not give up, otherwise they would definitely be killed by these skeletons. The two of them rushed towards the depths. Although the skeletons were not slow, it was not easy for them to catch up to Lin Feng and Long Yushi. Rumble! Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently. What's going on? Lin Feng and Long Yushi's expressions suddenly changed. This was not a good sign. Every move that happened here would inevitably make Lin Feng and Long Yushi vigilant. It was just as they had imagined. The ground in front of them cracked open. Following that, an incomparably huge skeleton palm stretched out from the depths of the ground. The skeletal hand grabbed the ground, and a terrifying aura spread out from the cracked ground. A huge creature crawled out of the hole. It was a huge skeleton that was over 100 meters tall. It was unknown what kind of monster it was when it was alive. Now that it had fallen, it had become an undead creature. That terrifying existence's huge claws slammed towards Lin Feng and Long Yushi. "Hurry up and dodge." Lin Feng growled. He quickly jumped and dodged the attack with a few catapults. Long Yushi also successfully dodged the attack of this huge skeleton. But, following which, rumbling sounds continued to be heard as the ground continued to crack open. Sky-shaking roars rang out one after another. Huge skeletons crawled out from the ground one after another. There were more than 100 of them. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng and Long Yushi felt their scalps go numb. How many undead creatures were hidden here? "We can't go over. Let's fly over. Catch me!" Lin Feng shouted in a deep voice. Long Yushi did not dare to hesitate and quickly hugged Lin Feng. Swish, swish. Lin Feng unfolded his golden wings and directly soared into the sky, rushing towards the depths. The giant skeletons suddenly stomped the ground and rushed into the air like cannonballs. Then they opened their huge claws and clawed towards Lin Feng and Long Yushi. It was a good thing that Lin Feng was agile enough. He was still in the air. He dodged the attacks of these giant skeletons. Swoosh! Lin Feng turned into a golden bolt of lightning and rushed out of the encirclement of the giant skeletons. But at this time, buzzing sounds came from all directions. Soon, a dense group of skeletons flew over. Those were skeletons that could fly. They were only the size of a thumb and were densely packed. There were so many of them that they seemed to cover the sky. These are killer demon insects. There are so many of them. These killer demon insects also turned into skeletons when they died. Look at the heads of those skeletons. There are sharp thorns that contain poison. If you are stung, your body will be poisoned and you will be unable to move. Long Yushi said with a pale face. There were so many killer demon insects, densely packed and innumerable. Encountering such a large group of terrifying creatures was almost certain death. "It's fine," Lin Feng said in a low voice. Long Yushi raised her head and looked at Lin Feng in shock. She thought that she would not be able to escape. Lin Feng said it was fine. Could it be that he had a way to deal with these killer demon insects. Come out. Lin Feng waved his hand and took out the purple earthcore fire. With Lin Feng and Long Yushi as the center, the flames spread in all directions. The entire sky turned into a world of fire. The densely packed killer demon insects were enveloped by the heavenly fire. Sizzling sounds of burning could be heard. The killer demon insects were quickly burned to ashes by the heavenly fire. These killer demon insects were powerful because of their poison. It was not because of the killer demon insect's strength. In fact, according to the classic of mountains and seas, the killer demon insects' bodies were very weak. Thus, the heavenly fire could easily burn their bodies to ashes. The killer demon insects' resistance was too weak. If they had the abilities of the undying skeletons, Lin Feng and Long Yushi would not be able to escape. Fortunately, these killer demon insects did not have the perverse abilities of the undying skeletons. What a powerful flame! What kind of flame is this? Long Yushi was shocked. She had seen many flames, but she had never seen one as powerful as Lin Feng's. Lin Feng said, an unknown type of divine flame. He naturally would not reveal all of his secrets to Long Yushi. Long Yushi seemed to be very dissatisfied with Lin Feng's answer, and could not help but snort. Lin Feng spread his golden wings and quickly flew into the depths of the forest. However, at this moment, the ground began to collapse. Large swaths of the earth collapsed, and something terrifying was about to happen. Seeing this, Lin Feng did not dare to stay and madly rushed into the depths of the forest. Boom! A destructive aura emanated from the collapsed earth. Then a huge skeletal hand reached out. That skeleton hand was becoming bigger and bigger, bigger and bigger, longer and longer. Very quickly, it was as big as a mountain, but it was still moving towards Lin Feng to grab him. Heavens! Seeing the skeletal hand, Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. It was too terrifying. He did not know what level of undead creature this was to have such a terrifying ability. The hand seemed to be able to extend into the outer realm and grab the stars. Lin Feng pushed the archaic dragonesque elephant skill to its limit. The power of the archaic dragonesque elephant was continuously channeled into his golden wings as he madly fled into the depths of the forest. However, the huge hand that blotted out the sky was about to grab Lin Feng. No, I'm not willing to accept this. Lin Feng sensed a terrifying chi. He raised his head and saw a gigantic hand moving towards him. Lin Feng shouted furiously. He didn't want to be caught by that gigantic hand because he would definitely die. Look, there's a palace over there. Long Yushi, who was also pale, pointed to a mountain range not far away. In the middle of the mountain range stood a huge palace. Palace, let's go. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and fanned his golden wings wildly. Whoosh! His speed suddenly increased by a lot. The skeletal hand grabbed at him, and Lin Feng narrowly avoided it. Even if he was half a step slower, he would not be able to escape the fate of being caught. The skeletal hand did not catch Lin Feng, but it extended again and grabbed at him again. Meanwhile, Lin Feng and Long Yushi rushed to the front of the huge palace. The palace was 300 meters tall, and one couldn't see the end of it. It was simply too big. On the inscribed board of the palace, there were 4 ancient words. Those 4 words were resplendent with golden light. Eternal Temple. Chapter 308. The 4 words seemed to radiate a glory and immortality that had existed since ancient times. The Eternal Temple. Lin Feng and Long Yushi stared at the enormous temple in shock. The scale of the temple was so grand that it was visually stunning. Most importantly, the word eternal life deeply moved them. Who didn't want to live forever? Countless people cultivated for the sake of immortality. Immortals had it. like some ancient giants. When they cultivated to a high level, their lifespan would exceed 10,000 years. 5,000 years was enough for the world to change. What about 10,000 years? That was immortality. However, while some people could live forever, there was no such thing as immortality. What did the Temple of Eternal Life represent? Lin Feng and Long Yushi were astonished, but they quickly came back to their senses and rushed into the Eternal Life Shrine. The sky-blotting skeletal hand chased after them, but in the end, it stopped. It didn't dare enter the Eternal Temple. Roar! At the end of the earth, a furious roar rang out. It seemed to be the true body of the gigantic skeletal hand. He was enraged and actually allowed 2 ants to escape. This was something that the terrifying existence found hard to accept. Even though they were very far away, Lin Feng and Long Yushi's faces paled when they heard the roar. It was difficult to imagine how terrifying this existence was. It was too powerful. If they had been a little closer, they would have been shaken to death by that terrifying roar. Rumble! A thunderous sound shook the sky. The huge hand that seemed to cover the sky quickly retracted and soon disappeared without a trace. Look, those skeletons haven't left yet. Long Yushi pointed outside. Some of the skeletons looked in the direction of the Eternal Temple, the ghostly flames in their eyes flickering. They didn't dare to come forward, but they didn't leave either. They stayed there. Lin Feng said, "They're watching us." He then turned to look at the depths of the Eternal Temple. It was dark and empty inside. It was eerie, as if no one had come here for a long time. A thick layer of dust had accumulated on the ground. "Have you heard of the Eternal Temple?" Long Yushi asked. When she thought of the name, her voice trembled. This name represented too many meanings. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I've never heard of it. Eternal life. Isn't this name very taboo? I really don't know where he got the courage to name it after eternal life." Perhaps if the Fire Qilin was here, he would have heard of the Eternal Life Shrine, but for Lin Feng and Long Yushi, the Eternal Life Shrine was full of mysteries and unknowns. The 2 of them headed deeper into the Temple of Eternal Life. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk, the sound of footsteps echoed in the hall and entered their ears. It was so clear that they could hear it. The first great hall was completely empty. There was nothing to be found. Long Yushi gazed into the depths of the Eternal Life Shrine, only to see boundless darkness and layers upon layers of palaces. He wondered how many palaces there were in the Eternal Life Shrine. Finally, Lin Feng and Long Yushi passed through the first palace and arrived at the second palace. There were a few dozen skeletons scattered here, and it was unknown how long they had been dead. Long Yushi's expression changed, worried that these skeletons would also become undead creatures. Lin Feng checked and said, "The bones have been weathered. They definitely won't become undead creatures." He picked up a bone and squeezed it lightly. The bone turned into powder. It's almost a conditioned reflex from being tortured by the undead creatures outside. Long Yushi said, helplessly. The 2 of them went deeper and passed through 8 palaces, but they did not find anything. When they reached the depths of the 8th palace, they felt a terrifying aura emanating from the 9th palace. Roar! The Cerberus let out a low growl, and all the hair on its body stood on end. "What's in there? What a sinister aura!" Long Yushi said in shock. She looked at the 9th palace, her face slightly pale. Lin Feng was also worried that some terrifying creature would appear inside. However, there was no movement, which made him feel a little relieved. Although the aura was still very terrifying, there were no abnormalities. "Wait here. I'll go in and see what's going on," Lin Feng said, and then walked towards the 9th palace. The number 9 was a very special number. In the primordial age, the ancient saint emperor called himself the Supreme Nine. The number 9 represented the supreme. Therefore, under normal circumstances, the number 9 could not be used casually. It was often a taboo. In the primordial age, in order to weaken the ancient saint emperor's status and raise the status of the ordinary people, the Supreme Nine was reduced to the Supreme Nine. Reduce 9 to 5. This was the origin of the Supreme Nine. Up until now, the human emperors of the various ancient dynasties were only the Supreme Nine, not the Supreme Nine of the primordial age. The palace in front of them was the 9th palace. Perhaps there was something strange about it. However, Lin Feng had to pass through the 9th palace because he might be able to find a way out in the depths. As Lin Feng approached the 9th palace, a terrifying aura pressed down on him. Crack, crack, the aura was too strong. It enveloped Lin Feng, and he heard cracking sounds. Lin Feng was astonished when he realized that his physical body was breaking apart like a piece of porcelain. The power in the 9th palace was too strange. It caused serious damage to Lin Feng's body. No, hurry up and come back. You'll be killed by the power of the 9th palace. Long Yushi exclaimed, her face full of worry. Don't worry about me. If I can't endure it, I'll come out. Lin Feng said. He gritted his teeth and continued walking towards the 9th palace. Crack, crack. Lin Feng's body was cracking more and more. The 9th palace seemed to be deliberately preventing people from entering. No matter who entered the 9th palace, they would be attacked by a terrifying attack. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art. The powerful archaic dragonesque elephant art flowed through his body and quickly healed his body. Lin Feng's body was recovering at an extremely fast speed. As his body continued to crack and heal, Lin Feng gradually approached the 9th palace. This guy's recovery ability is too abnormal. Long Yushi looked at Lin Feng in shock. The archaic dragonesque elephant art was indeed worthy of being called a supreme technique. It quickly helped Lin Feng recover his body. Even the terrifying power in the 9th palace couldn't kill Lin Feng. If it had been someone else, their body would have cracked like porcelain and become a pile of minced meat. Finally, Lin Feng arrived in front of the 9th palace and looked into its depths. Lin Feng's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? In the depths of the 9th palace, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god was nailed to the wall by a battle spear. Chapter 309. A 3-headed, 6-armed demon god was a legendary existence. Ever since the Great War of Gods and Demons, it had disappeared from the world, and the demon god race had never been seen again. Now, in the 9th palace, a 3-headed, 6-armed demon god had been nailed to death. Lin Feng stepped forward and entered the 9th palace. Boom! All the power in the 9th palace instantly dispersed. Lin Feng had broken through the 9th palace's suppression, and the murderous aura gradually disappeared. Long Yushi was shocked. She hadn't thought that the terrifying aura in the 9th palace would disappear. She had also entered the 9th palace. What's that? Long Yushi's eyes widened, full of shock and emotion. The 3-headed hellhound in her arms cried out in fear. Even though the 3-headed, 6-armed demon god had died, it still emitted a terrifying aura. An ancient demon god. Lin Feng muttered. How could a demon god have died here? Long Yushi was shocked. First, outside, Lin Feng and Long Yushi had seen the demon god with blood-red hair. It was a phantom demon god, and it seemed to be protecting this mysterious space. Now, another demon god was nailed to death in the Temple of Eternal Life. What kind of existence was capable of nailing a demon god to death here? It was unimaginable. Look, 2 of the demon god's arms are gone. Lin Feng pointed at the demon god. The three-headed, six-armed demon god only had four arms left. Hiss! Long Yushi looked over and sucked in a breath of cold air, as she said, "It looks like it was forcefully torn off by someone." Lin Feng felt his scalp go numb. This was a demonic god, and yet both of his arms were torn off by someone. One could only imagine how tragic the scene was at that time. And its chest, there's a bloody hole. Lin Feng pointed at the demon god's left chest. He and Long Yushi entered the ninth palace and walked towards the three-headed, six-armed demon god. When they got closer, they saw that the demon god's heart had been dug out. Oh my God, who did this? Even his heart was dug out. Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. This demon god had died too tragically. This spear is terrifying. Even after countless years, it hasn't rusted at all. Long Yushi said, very surprised. The war spear emitted a cold aura and was stained with the blood of the demon god. The blood of the demon god would never dry up. No one knew how many years had passed, but the demonic god's blood was still so alluring. Lin Feng nodded and replied, "Indeed, it's a supreme treasure that can pierce through a demon god's body. It's definitely not something that an ordinary weapon can do." Long Yushi walked over, wanting to pull out the battle spear. Dong, dong, dong. All of a sudden, a series of strange noises resounded in the ninth hall. Ah! Lin Feng and Long Yushi both felt a sharp pain in their hearts. Their expressions were extremely pained. This sound was like the sound of a beating heart. Lin Feng felt as though his heart was about to split open. It's coming from the demon god's body. He clearly doesn't have a heart. So why is there still the sound of a beating heart? Lin Feng couldn't understand, and he shouted in horror, "Let's go! We have to leave this place quickly." He pressed his chest, feeling as though his heart was about to burst at any moment. He didn't dare to stay in this place for another minute. Long Yushi was the same. Her face was deathly pale. Lin Feng and Long Yushi quickly left the ninth palace and arrived at the 10th palace. Their hearts felt like they were going to explode. Lin Feng let out a long breath, looked at Long Yushi, and asked, "How do you feel?" Long Yushi's face was still very pale, but it was gradually recovering. She said with lingering fear, "I'm already much better." She then recalled the terrifying events that had happened in the ninth hall, and her face was filled with shock. She said, "Why is this happening? That demon god is clearly dead. He was nailed to the wall, and his heart was dug out. Why is there still the sound of a beating heart?" This was also what Lin Feng was puzzled about. He said, "I don't understand. Perhaps there's a reason that we don't know about." The two of them didn't stop. They continued deeper, and after passing through the 18th hall, they arrived at a long corridor. The two of them walked along the corridor. Suddenly, a skeleton appeared in front of them. Lin Feng and Long Yushi quickly walked over. It was a silver skeleton. It wasn't human, and it had a pair of wings. What kind of race is this? Lin Feng frowned slightly. Long Yushi shook her head. She had never seen such a race before. They continued to walk deeper into the corridor, and after a few steps, they found another skeleton. This was a human skeleton, but this skeleton was actually golden. The skeleton of a human cultivator actually turned golden. Just how powerful was that human cultivator? How strong was he to be able to cultivate his skeleton into a golden color? Lin Feng was shocked. The owner of the skeleton was definitely a peerless cultivator. Long Yushi continued, "Even the current sacred leader of an ancient holy land and the human emperor of an ancient dynasty can't cultivate his skeleton into a golden color. This person's strength was unimaginable when he was alive." There are words here as well. Lin Feng was shocked. These words had been written with blood, but they weren't written in the current era. These are godly words. Long Yushi was shocked. Long Yushi's background was definitely extraordinary. She was able to recognize these ancient words. Lin Feng had learned the long-lost godly words from the Fire Qilin, and he read them aloud. Eternal hatred. Lin Feng was shocked. What had happened here all those years ago? It actually made this powerful existence write down the words eternal hatred before he died. It was hard to imagine what kind of hatred he must have accumulated in his heart for him to write these words. For such a powerful existence to die here, something must have happened that no one else knows about. Long Yushi frowned slightly. She said, "Let's see if we can find any information about this person." Lin Feng saw a storage ring, but his divine sense couldn't penetrate it. He shook his head and said, "It's been too long. Time has destroyed the storage ring." Lin Feng stood up and continued walking with Long Yushi. Along the way, they discovered more than 10 corpses. They were all extremely strong cultivators, and it was obvious from their skeletons that only the strongest cultivators had changed their skeletons. Some of them were golden, some were jade-colored, and some were of other colors. Now, so many strong cultivators had died here. Lin Feng didn't know what had attracted so many strong cultivators to this place, but they were all buried here. Chapter 310. The corpses of powerful cultivators littered the ground, telling of the tragedy of the past. Every single one of them had been a peerless cultivator, yet they had all died here. It was a sad sight to behold. Such a powerful figure. Does he want to pursue immortality? Did they end up being trapped here and die? Long Yushi voiced her thoughts. Lin Feng thought about it and felt that it was indeed possible. This place was called the Eternal Temple. Perhaps the secret to eternal life really was hidden here. Who didn't want to live forever? But who could be immortal? Was the secret to eternal life in the depths of the Eternal Temple? Lin Feng looked at the dark corridor. He had a feeling that there was a shocking secret hidden in the depths of the Eternal Temple. He and Long Yushi didn't stop. They continued walking. Roar! Roar! The Cerberus let out a low growl. Its expression was very flustered. Lin Feng and Long Yushi frowned and stopped. The hellhound was psychic. It could sense danger that Lin Feng and Long Yushi couldn't. Lin Feng and Long Yushi knew this very well. Thus, Lin Feng and Long Yushi knew that things weren't as simple as they'd seemed when they saw the hellhound become so agitated. There was probably a great danger hidden in the depths of the temple. Long Yushi said, "I've never been wrong about Blackie's instincts." Lin Feng smiled bitterly. "Do you think there's a way back for us?" Long Yushi nodded. It was indeed as Lin Feng had said. There was no way back for them. If they retreated, they wouldn't be able to leave the Eternal Temple. Perhaps they would end up like the dead cultivators here and become skeletons. Only by moving forward would they have a chance at survival. Lin Feng and Long Yushi became resolute. They continued to head deeper in, discovering several skeletons one after another. They were all supreme beings who had fallen here in the past. Finally, they entered a large hall. This hall was divided into an inner hall and an outer hall. There were dozens of skeletons in the outer hall. These skeletons were also of different colors. Gold, silver, jade, they were all peerless cultivators. Kill! Suddenly, a low shout came from the main hall. Lin Feng only felt the scene before his eyes changing. It was as if he had traversed through the river of time and arrived at that turbulent and murderous era. Endless black fog shrouded the great hall. Numerous experts rushed into the black fog. Their roars shook the heavens as if they were fighting against some existences. Ah! Lin Feng hugged his head and screamed miserably. He was greatly affected and felt that his divine soul was about to shatter. This was the inextinguishable killing intent in the palace, and it was attacking Lin Feng's soul. At that moment, Lin Feng felt as if his soul no longer belonged to him. It was as if it had been directly shattered. No! Lin Feng roared as he circulated the archaic dragonesque elephant art to resist the terrifying killing intent that flooded into his mind. Roar! The shadow of the immemorial dragonesque elephant appeared, stepping on the sky with a river of stars above its head. With a loud roar, the endless killing intent was dispersed. Lin Feng returned to reality. He broke out in cold sweat. It was really too dangerous just now. He was brought into an illusory world by the killing intent in the palace. In that illusory world, his divine soul was almost destroyed. If his divine soul was destroyed in that illusory world, his physical body would have died as well. No, no! Long Yushi screamed in horror. She hugged her head and seemed to be in great pain. The Cerberus let out a low growl, trying to wake Long Yushi up, but it failed. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Long Yushi could not escape from that illusory world. Lin Feng planned to take Long Yushi away from this palace, but at that moment, Long Yushi stopped screaming. She opened her eyes and panted heavily. She still had a lingering fear. Long Yushi had obviously overcome the killing intent. Lin Feng was secretly shocked. He had relied on the archaic dragonesque elephant art to overcome the killing intent. Long Yushi had also successfully overcome it. Obviously, she had also cultivated an extremely powerful technique. Of course, Lin Feng would not pursue the matter. It's the undying, murderous intent here that's affecting us. The dead are too strong. Even after so many years, their murderous intent is still there. Even after the killing intent has been extinguished, Long Yushi said with a pale face. Lin Feng nodded. Look, these skeletons are different from the ones outside. Many of them contain an incredible amount of strength. They've been dead for so many years, but their strength hasn't dispersed. It's hard to imagine how strong they were when they were alive. Long Yushi nodded. She was also shocked. These people were really too strong. It was just that it was difficult to confirm their identities. She did not know who they were, but so many Supremes had died. Lin Feng inspected them. Most of them did not have any identification marks. But when he checked a jade-colored skeleton, he found a jade pendant. Hey, come and see. Lin Feng picked up the jade pendant. Long Yushi hurried over. The word Li was written on the front, and Taixien was written on the back. 2 words. Li Taixien. How could it be him? Long Yushi said in disbelief. Who's Li Taixien? Lin Feng looked at Long Yushi suspiciously. He had not thought that Long Yushi would have heard of this Li Taixien. It was really unexpected. Long Yushi said, he's a person from the ancient times. He was a peerless expert from hundreds of thousands of years ago. He was known as the Sword Immortal. Rumor has it that he broke through the shackles of the divine path and left this ancient world. He went to the legendary Undying World. Who would have thought that he would die here? Undying World. Lin Feng looked at Long Yushi in shock. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Undying. It represented too many meanings, and Lin Feng instantly thought of many things. Long Yushi said, rumor has it that above the divine path is an ethereal realm. Once you enter that realm, you will be able to sense a mysterious world that transcends the heavens. That world is called the Undying World. Rumor has it that those who ascend to the Undying World will be immortal. I know about immortality, but I never thought that there would really be legends about immortality. Immortality is eternal life. Is there really a realm above the divine path? Is there really such a thing as the Undying World? Lin Feng murmured in disbelief. He had thought that the ancient divine path was the peak of power in the world, and that immortality was just a legend. Long Yushi said, "The undying world has always been rumored among the top forces, but no one knows if it's true or not." However, Li Taixian was believed by countless people to have entered the undying world. It turns out that this was just a rumor. Li Taixian died here, and there's no way to prove that the undying world really exists. Lin Feng nodded. He looked at the inner hall and said, "Let's go in and take a look." Long Yushi nodded and entered the inner hall with Lin Feng. When they entered, they felt their scalps go numb. As for the Cerberus, all the hair on its body stood on end, and its 6 eyes stared at the hall in horror. Chapter 3:11. Lin Feng felt like he was about to suffocate. What he saw was unbelievable. A white-robed man was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the hall. His body was surrounded by divine light, and the energy of the world was gathering into his body. He seemed to be cultivating. Outside, corpses of powerhouses were everywhere. Countless peerless powerhouses had been buried here. In the inner hall, there was a valiant man sitting cross-legged. Lin Feng and Long Yushi instantly thought of a possibility. Could it be that all the powerhouses outside had been killed by this man? Lin Feng and Long Yushi felt like they were about to suffocate. They found it difficult to breathe. It was as if they were afraid of waking up this peerless powerhouse who had not died for tens of thousands of years. If they woke this person up, would he also kill the 2 of them, like he did to those experts outside? It was definitely possible. Lin Feng and Long Yushi retreated outside. They were unwilling to stay here any longer. This place made them feel very uneasy. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt that something was amiss. He said, "Yushi, have you noticed that this senior seems a little off?" Long Yushi also felt that something was off. She said, "He doesn't seem to be alive." Although the man was surrounded by divine light, as if he had come back to life, Lin Feng and Long Yushi still found something unusual about him. He didn't seem to have any life force. Living people had life force. Dead people had death energy lingering around them. Although they didn't sense any death energy from this man, there was indeed no life force. This shouldn't be a living person. Perhaps we've made a mistake. This mysterious man might have come in at the same time as those dead cultivators outside. It's just that his cultivation is too powerful. Even after so many years, his body still hasn't been destroyed. Lin Feng said, "This was truly too unbelievable. Even someone as powerful as Li Taixian had been reduced to a skeleton, but this valiant man's body was still intact. Just how powerful was his cultivation to be able to accomplish this?" Lin Feng and Long Yushi were indeed moved. Long Yushi reached out to touch the valiant man. Buzz, suddenly, an astonishing energy fluctuation emanated from the valiant man's body. Following that valiant man's body actually turned into a rainbow and disappeared into the air. Disappeared. Long Yushi was shocked. Lin Feng said, "Disperse." Rumor has it that only the most powerful people would have their bodies turn into rainbows and disperse after their deaths. This was so that their bodies wouldn't be desecrated by others. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. Long Yushi nodded. He did not know the identity of this valiant man, but he had passed away here. Now he had turned into a rainbow and dispersed, which made people sigh with emotion. Even powerful existences like them could not escape the fate of death. There are words here. Long Yushi pointed to the ground. Lin Feng looked over. Who in the world can live forever? In the end, it was all for naught. Seeing these words, Lin Feng and Long Yushi's expressions suddenly shook. Did this expert enter the shrine of eternal life to pursue the secret of eternal life? Asking the people of the world who could live forever, was he questioning the heavens? In the end, it was all for naught. How much sadness and unwillingness had he expressed? After cultivating bitterly for countless years, in the end, he actually ended up like this. Lin Feng seemed to feel the helplessness and sorrow of this peerless expert. The road of cultivation was long. Who knew where the end was? Pursuing the path of longevity, searching for the secret of eternal life, in the end, was just a dream. Everything was just for naught. Lin Feng, look inside. Long Yushi said, pointing to a room in the depths. Lin Feng came back to his senses and walked in with Long Yushi. This place was filled with an incomparably terrifying, distorting power, making it difficult to get close to this room. Lin Feng and Long Yushi walked outside the room and looked into the depths. They saw two distorted space-time doors. The distorted space-time door on the left was dark. It was unknown where it connected to, but the word death was written in the blood of a fiend god. The blood of a fiend god would never dry up, and it emitted a demonic light and power that made people feel suffocated. Another distorted space-time door was surrounded by a golden light. On the door, the word life was written in a dazzling golden light. This is the door of life and death. Long Yushi said, the door of life and death in the art of divination. This might be the way out. The door of life and death. Lin Feng looked at Long Yushi suspiciously. He had never come into contact with these things. After all, he was from a small organization, and there were many things that he had never heard of. Long Yushi said, the door of life and death connects life and death. The door of life is the way to life, and the door of death is filled with danger. Looking at the door of life and the door of death, Lin Feng frowned slightly and said, something doesn't feel right. It was a very strange feeling. Whether it was the door of life or the door of death, both gave Lin Feng a very strange feeling. I've only heard of the door of life and death, but I've never seen it. Long Yushi said. Lin Feng said, wait here for a moment. I'll go and take a look at the door of life and death. He walked towards the door of the room. Boom! A terrifying strength moved towards Lin Feng. It felt as if an ancient mountain was pressing down on his body. The gate of life and death prevented people from getting close to him. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and walked towards the door with great difficulty. Finally, he entered the room and looked at the door of life. He walked towards it. The pressure in the room was even more terrifying. Lin Feng could feel his bones crackling, and his body was about to be crushed into a pulp. If it had been someone else, they might not have been able to withstand it, but Lin Feng's body was strong enough. At the same time, he used the ancient dragonesque elephant technique to resist the terrifying pressure. Lin Feng finally arrived at the door of life. But at that moment, something terrifying happened. Blood suddenly flowed out of the resplendent golden life character. The originally golden life gate suddenly became ghostly. An endless black fog filled the air. It was like a gate to hell that led to the netherworld. On the door, there were 7 bloody words. Kill. A low and hoarse voice resounded in Lin Feng's mind. Kill, 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 kill. Kill the heavens. Kill the earth. Kill the gods. Kill the immortals. Kill the ancient devils. Kill the Buddhas. Kill all living things. The 7 deadly sounds were resonating in Lin Feng's brain. In a flash, Lin Feng had the feeling that he was surrounded by an endless amount of darkness. Pooh! It seemed like an invisible and intangible strength was attacking Lin Feng's body. Cracks appeared all over his body. His body looked like a piece of porcelain that was about to break apart. Ah! Lin Feng looked at his body, which had been split open, and shouted in terror. Chapter 3:12. How could this be? Shouted Long Yushi, panic-stricken. She quickly ran into the room and tried to pull Lin Feng out of the room. Bang! A terrifying aura swept out from the room and slammed into Long Yushi's body, sending him flying. barf. Long Yushi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Her aura weakened. The 7 killing sound. It lingered in his ears. It was unknown who had shouted the sound of 7 kills. It was too terrifying. The 7 killing sound could kill heaven, earth, gods, immortals, demons, Buddhas, and all living things. As long as it was within the range of the 7 kills, no one was spared. Lin Feng didn't know if the experts who had entered this place in the past had experienced the same thing, but now he was experiencing all of this. He watched helplessly as his body cracked open bit by bit, and blood flowed out of his body. "I can't accept this," Lin Feng struggled to speak. He didn't want to die here, nor was he willing to die here. He madly circulated the Archean dragonesque elephant art. But this time, the Archean dragonesque elephant art was ineffective. The Archean dragonesque elephant art couldn't resist the 7 killing sound of the gate of life. It was too terrifying. The Archean dragonesque elephant art was known as the #1 Archean forbidden divine art, but it couldn't resist the 7 killing sound. In this world, what else could break the 7 killing sound? Am I really going to die here? Lin Feng struggled to raise his hand. His arm was cracked open like his body. Lin Feng had the feeling that his body was going to break at any moment, like a piece of porcelain in a flash. It would crack into pieces. The aura of death enveloped Lin Feng's body. He even felt that his consciousness was slowly fading away. Buzz. At this critical moment, the demonic orb in Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and a mysterious voice came from it. "The Eternal Temple. It's the Eternal Temple. This temple has appeared again after disappearing for countless years. In the past, even I lost half my life here. How did this kid get in? No, I have to continue hiding in the demonic orb. I can't let him die so quickly." Whoosh! A beam of demonic light shot out from the mysterious demon bead and rushed into the space-time gate. Not long after, a speck of light appeared in the pitch-black world. When that light appeared, Lin Feng felt that the power of the 7 kills was weakening. It was as if a voice was summoning him to enter the door of 7 murders. "Ah!" Lin Feng roared as he strode in. "Lin Feng, don't go in!" Long Yushi cried out in horror, but Lin Feng had already rushed in. She gritted her teeth, hugged the Cerberus, and rushed into the door of 7 kills. This was a world of darkness, and there was only that ball of light. "Is that a lamp?" Long Yushi said in surprise. Lin Feng nodded. It was a lamp that had appeared in the darkness. In the endless darkness, only this lamp had a trace of light. It seemed to be guiding Lin Feng and Long Yushi forward. "You have crossed the ancient times and condensed the heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Even if you have escaped the 6 paths of reincarnation, it is difficult to seek immortality." A deep voice came from the depths of this world, but it also seemed to come from the ancient lamp. Lin Feng and Long Yushi were shocked. What kind of existence had made that voice? That boundless and majestic voice seemed to let Lin Feng see the greatness and glory of the ancient times. He seemed to see the 6 paths of reincarnation between the heavens and the earth, controlling the life and death of countless people. Everyone said that immortality was good, but how many people could live forever? Was the secret of immortality really hidden here? Lin Feng's heart was filled with endless shock. Then, an extremely cold aura swept over. That aura seemed to be emitted from the netherworld, and it enveloped Lin Feng, Long Yushi, and the Cerberus. Roar. The Cerberus was a very sensitive existence. At that moment, it felt a great danger. It let out a frightened cry. Lin Feng and Long Yushi felt as if their bodies were unable to move. It was as if there was a terrifying existence hidden in the darkness, and it wanted to devour them. It was really too terrifying. Lin Feng felt as if his soul was trembling. The sky lantern shines on the 9 provinces, the 6 paths of reincarnation revolves, the netherworld collapses. With my blood, I burn this sky red. My footsteps, I walk through the mountains and rivers. I search the heavens just to smell the fragrance of the 9 provinces' soil. Suddenly, a person appeared in front of them. He held the mysterious ancient lamp in his hand. He walked forward. His voice was boundless and sorrowful. When that mysterious person appeared, the cold aura around them quickly dispersed. Lin Feng and Long Yushi could finally move again. "Who is that? Is there really someone alive here?" Long Yushi cried out in alarm. "Senior," Lin Feng shouted, but the mysterious person did not respond. He held the ancient lamp and walked deeper into the darkness. His back was very lonely and desolate. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of eternal loneliness. Was that a person who had lost himself? Was he holding an ancient lamp, hoping to find his homeland and find his past self? "He's not human." Long Yushi's voice trembled slightly. Lin Feng said, "Let's follow him." In this world of darkness, Lin Feng and Long Yushi followed the mysterious person for an unknown period of time. Eventually, the mysterious person disappeared in a distorted space, and the ancient lamp rushed into the mysterious world. "Let's go in," Lin Feng said. He and Long Yushi quickly rushed over. They entered the distorted space and time. Lin Feng had the impression the sky and the earth were spinning. He was in a tunnel of space and time. He was thrown outside. "What's that?" Lin Feng looked at the top of the space-time tunnel. It was a milky white gas that was hanging down. The milky white gas exuded an unimaginably ancient aura, as if it wanted to pull Lin Feng back to the beginning of the world. Long Yushi exclaimed, "It's the Chaos Origin Aura." Heavens, there's still Chaos Origin Aura here. Lin Feng was moved. The beginning of the world. The chaos split apart, evolving the worlds and creating the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Chaos Origin Aura had long disappeared during the Chaos era, but there was still some here. Could this ancient world have been formed during the beginning of the world? How many great eras ago was this? Whoosh! Lin Feng used his golden wings and rushed toward the Chaos Origin Aura. This was a peerless treasure, an unimaginable treasure. "Danger!" Long Yushi exclaimed. In the next moment, she was flung away by the space-time power. Lin Feng flew against the space-time power and rushed toward the Chaos Origin Aura. This was an ancient origin aura that existed before the beginning of the world. It was something that even the ancient saint emperors could not find. Lin Feng suffered a huge blow. Buffed, buffed, buffed. There were dozens of bloody holes on his body. His flesh was torn apart, and he looked like he was about to explode. He had suffered unprecedented injuries after peaking at the primal chaos ancestral chi, which was even more severe than when he faced the gate of 7 kills. Archean dragonesque elephant. Lin Feng roared. He activated the Archean dragonesque elephant skill, and the Archean dragonesque elephant's shadow condensed and merged with Lin Feng. His body, which was about to explode, was protected by the Archean dragonesque elephant. Crack! Lin Feng grabbed a handful of the Chaos Origin Aura and quickly absorbed it into his dantian. In the next moment, a violent force swept over, as if to kill this ant who dared to spy on the Chaos Origin Aura. Before the force could hit Lin Feng, just a ripple of vibration caused him to faint. One could imagine that when the attack came, Lin Feng would instantly be blown into a bloody mist. This lunatic, an exasperated curse came from the demonic bead. "I have such a weak body, and I still have to worry about the safety of a lunatic." The voice was depressed and even exasperated. His aura was indeed much weaker than when Lin Feng faced the Gate of Seven Kills. This was because every time he moved, it consumed a lot of energy. A demonic light flew out from the demonic bead and enveloped Lin Feng. The terrifying attack slammed into Lin Feng and swept him away. In the next moment, Lin Feng was flung out of the space-time tunnel by the space-time power.